Good afternoon. I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Elk Grove Unified School District Board of Education for June 13th, 2023. And at this time, I will announce that the board is going to meet in closed session to discuss items 1 through 5 on the closed session portion of the agenda. I'd like to call for public comment for closed session. Mr. Superintendent, do we have any blue cards?
We do not.
Okay. Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment and recess into closed session. Thank you. Good afternoon, good evening. I'm going to call this meeting to order at 6:16 and announce that the board met in closed session and no action was taken. Thanks for your patience. Apologies that closed session ran over. Welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School District board meeting. Board of Education has resumed full in-person board meetings unless remote attendance is permitted pursuant to the California Brown Act. Live streaming of full in-person board meetings will be available to the public via the Zoom platform. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. I'm going to read some information about the public comment process. During regular board meetings, the public may make public comments on items on the agenda and on items not on the agenda. Individual speakers will be allowed up to 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda item. The total amount of time allocated to public comments by the board may be limited with a total of 30 minutes designated for public comment on each item. Public comments during regular board meetings may be made about items not on the agenda, but within the school district's jurisdiction. Public comment may be made on all items that are on the board agenda and will be heard when the selected item comes up. Individuals may not defer their time to another speaker to increase their total time beyond 3 minutes. Please be mindful that district students may be watching or participating. You are encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner such that all those observing from children to adults are made to feel welcome, safe, and valued. The board shall not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent disruption by an individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to provide a warning and then to terminate the individual's privilege of addressing the board. First item on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to call on Mr. Kwaku Agiaman. Please correct me if I mispronounced that. Will Jones, Principal, Edna Beatty Elementary, and my colleague, Ms. Albiani, will be sharing some information about this family.
Good evening and welcome. Edna Beatty Elementary School is honored to recognize Mr. Kwaku Ajaman as our education partner. Mr. Ajaman has one third grade student who attends Beatty Elementary, King Rollins Ajaman. His daughter, Serafina Ajaman, will become a Beatty Bobcat when she starts kindergarten in the fall. The Ajaman family has been involved with the Beatty community since 2018. Since that time, Mr. Ajaman has come to personify our Beatty Bobcat Pact. He is safe, he is responsible, he is respectful, he is resourceful, but most of all, he is kind. Mr. Ajaman is on campus in the morning and at the end of the day, shaking hands with staff and connecting with other parents. Mr. Ajaman and his family are currently in the process of designing logos on a Bobcat trike representing Edna Beatty Elementary. Lastly, he is adored by our front office, which is no wonder since he regularly brings him sugary treats. Mr. Ajaman is a proud veteran of the U.S. Navy, and Beatty Elementary salutes and thanks him for his service. He enjoys playing music and shares that love with his children. Mr. Ajaman enjoys spending his free time with his children and fostering their creativity, whether it's playing Minecraft, building things with Legos, or doing art. Our school is thankful for Mr. Ajaman and the positive example that he sets for our students and community. It is an honor to have him represent Edna Beatty Elementary with this flag salute. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Don't walk away just yet. Please wait. Thank you. Our next item will be athletic recognition of spring CIF champions, which will be presented by Mr. Rod Edmiston, and my colleague, Mr. Michael Vargas, is going to assist. That's over.
Good evening, President Chavez Espinoza, members of the school board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos. Tonight, I am honored to introduce you to two of our teams and several individual champions from our 2023 spring sports season. These extraordinary athletes have captured a Sac Joaquin Section Masters Championship. By capturing their championships, they have proven to be the very best in the Sac Joaquin section in the sport they compete. To achieve this level of success, it takes total teamwork and pure individual mental toughness and dedication. Each of these athletes has one thing in common: dedication, determination, and perseverance. With that, it is my honor to introduce to you the Sac Joaquin champions for the spring season from the Elk Grove Unified School District. Elk Grove High School track and field, Coach Irvin Kendall. And the girls' 800-meter section champion, Lily Escorcia. Pleasant Grove High School, Coach Tony Gates. Boys 100-meter hurdle champion and third place at the state tournament, Stephen Dadu. Franklin High School track and field, Coach Terrence Early. Girls 400-meter champion, and she also set a new school record of 56.29 seconds, Ihe Oko. And also from Franklin High School, track and field. Boys 100-meter champion. He set a new school record, 10.53 seconds. And he also won the boys 200-meter section championship, Ian Dossman.
Yeah, feel free to come up, family, friends, feel free to come up to the front of the room. How about another round of applause?
Next, we have the Consumnes Oaks High School Men's Division I Tennis Team Champions. The headline in the Elk Grove Citizen said it best: section champions once again. For a second year in a row, Consumnes Oaks Boys Tennis Team has won the Sac Joaquin Section Championship. They defeated Oak Ridge 5-4 to win their title this year. Unfortunately, Coach Wall and the athletes had a prior commitment tonight and couldn't make it. They are competing in a summer tennis tournament. That's why they're section champions, I guess. So accepting for Coach Wall and the tennis athletes would be the AD at Consumnes Oaks High School, Mr. George Smith. Yeah, no, we can do one. We'll do one. Next, we have the Franklin High School baseball team. The Franklin Wildcats have had some really quality baseball teams over the past 20 seasons, but they finally have a Section Joaquin Section Division I championship banner to hoist in that gym of theirs. They defeated Stagg 17-0 in the first round, Oak Ridge in the quarterfinals 8-0, Lincoln twice in the best of three in the semifinals 7-0 and 5-2. And finally, against the defending section champions Whitney, Franklin was all business, winning 6-2. Quoting Coach Kilby, he said, "It's so difficult to win a section championship. How many good teams and coaches haven't won one? It's that hard. We're just so proud of these guys." With that, it is my pleasure to introduce the head coach of the Franklin baseball team, Coach Brian Kilby, who will introduce his coaches and his athletes.
All right, good evening. Thank you for having us. Coaching staff, we'll bring those guys out first. I was lucky enough to coach with these guys. They did a phenomenal job all year. The first coach is actually my father, Dave Kilby. The other three coaches on staff, all either are teachers in the district or retired teachers in the district. So just phenomenal guys to be around our team. Eric Lapachet. Brian Laforte. And Ryan Toby. And now to our players. We have a couple guys that couldn't be here. They're off playing on different teams, but we got 18 of the 22. So here we go. We'll start with Nick Abraham. Connor Blackburn. Tyler Cody. Dominic Giusti. Jason Harris. Tim Johnson. Jordan Lopez. Drake Minity. Derek Pham. Jacob Peralta. Kyle Pott. Jaden Ramos. Noah Mukes. Nolan Stevens. Cole Toby. Michael Tonelli. Tyler Willett. And last but not least, Dylan Wood. So just real fast, we have 10 seniors in this group of 22. Phenomenal young men are going to go off and do great things. A couple guys, college guys. So I want to talk about them just real fast. We have Dominic Giusti, who's going to Whitworth University up in Washington on a scholarship to play baseball. And we have Nolan Stevens, who's heading to Mississippi State University to play college baseball. Hopefully we'll be back here again next year, and I can tell you about some of our juniors and sophomores who are also college commits already. So we have a really talented group, but thank you again for having us. Appreciate it.
I know.
Friends, family, if you'd like to come up to the front of the room to take a picture, you may. Right in front of that first row tables.
Okay, look this way. One, we're gonna take a couple. One. Okay, congratulations.
Thank you, Barry. Congratulations. All of us as the Elk Grove Unified School District are proud of your athletic accomplishments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edmondson. All right, as our honorees clear out, I'm going to announce the next resolution. The first of 3 resolutions tonight is the resolution for secure firearm storage. I'm going to call on Ms. Lavasser to see if there are any public comments via Zoom for this item.
Madam President, there are no public comments via Zoom for this.
Thank you.
Those two are Bill of Rights.
Okay.
This one's just a general.
Okay.
Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards for this item?
We have no blue cards for this item.
Okay, Ms. Lavasser, would you please present the resolution?
Good evening, Madam President, board members, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos. The Board of Education is asked to adopt resolution number 79, 2022-2023, declaring the importance of secure firearm storage and associated preventative measures to increase student and school safety. Evidence strongly suggests that secure firearm storage is an essential component to any effective strategy to keep schools and students safe. It has been determined that an estimated 5.4 million American children live in households with at least one loaded, unlocked firearm. And every year, an average of 350 children under the age of 18 unintentionally shoot themselves or someone else. Tragically, more than 1,200 children die by gun suicide each year, most often using guns belonging to a family member. In incidents of gun violence on school grounds, 75% of active shooters are current students or recent graduates, and up to 80% of shooters under the age of 18 obtained their guns from their own home, a relative's home, or from friends. Research shows that secure firearm storage practices are associated with up to 85% reduction in the risk of self-inflicted and unintentional firearm injuries among children and teens. In response to the alarming facts surrounding firearms and their access by children and our students, the State Superintendent of Public Instruction has made an urgent request of school districts to inform their school communities about laws regarding the safe storage of firearms and has made resources available regarding gun safety on the California Department of Education's Violence Prevention webpage.
Thank you, Ms.
Discussion?
Lavasser. Go ahead, sir.
Excellent resolution. But I would suggest that we add Sacramento or California data, Sacramento County also data sets in this particular issue. And also, are we planning to put this information on our webpage in the LGO? Okay. And also, if you do, please include the website links of this excellent resources that you mentioned here, but yet make it easier for our community members and staff to actually link into this wherever they may be at. And those are the only two suggestions I have, but this is one I really support in our communities. As you see, every day there's incidents of youth in this particular county that they're making the news, and it should be that type of news. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pettis. We'll take that on board for hopefully the resolution next year, since it is our process to not wordsmith from the dais and try to deliver our feedback prior to the meeting. At this time, I'd like to call.
Hold on here, excuse me. You mean it's going to take a year to put that on the web? Those links?
No, sir. What I'm saying is that you asked for some changes to this resolution instead of talking to us and to staff prior to the board meeting.
Mhm.
So we really can't do that right now. So Ms. Lavasser is going to take some notes and try to address that next time.
Okay, but once we have it on our webpage, can we add Sacramento County?
No, sir, we're not going to make
We're not-
changes after it has been approved by this board. That wouldn't be appropriate.
So that's our board policy that we have changed resolutions and add information on resolutions at our board meetings prior.
Okay.
And this is the first time that I,
Bettis,
yes.
Mr. Bettis, we've had a lot of conversations about how we all as board members need to do our appropriate preparation for
not
board meeting.
appropriate, it's a matter.
So again, we're not going to do that now. And at this time, I'm going to call for a motion to adopt resolution number 79, declaring the importance of secure firearm storage and associated preventive measures to increase school and student safety.
Yes, I recommend approval of resolution number 79.
We have a
Second.
second. I heard a first and a second. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The resolution is approved unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Lavasser. Next resolution pertains to the Student Bill of Rights. Ms. Lavasser, I see you're barely making your way back there, but do we have any public comments via Zoom on this item?
Yes.
Okay,
Madam President, we have one public comment via the site.
okay, go ahead.
Jess Carlson.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. 1 second. Are we going to use that screen? It's not powered on. Okay, 1 second, Ms. Carlson.
Okay.
Is that the view that we're gonna, pardon me, we're setting up here, Ms. Carlson, 1 second.
Okay.
Okay. I'm just waiting for the timer. There we go. Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Carlson.
All right. Good evening, Board President Charis Espinoza, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. My name is Jess Carlson. As a mainstream parent, I want to commend you as a board for the consideration to adopt Resolution 90, Student Bill of Rights. Adopting this resolution shows EGUSD students your commitment to protecting the rights of all students. All students have the right to receive an education and to feel mentally, physically, and emotionally safe at school. Adopting this Student Bill of Rights ensures that students feel heard, respected, and safe to pursue their education, even in these hate-fueled times. Allowing students a platform to speak out against the injustices in their school community ensures the accurate representation of all students. I have no doubt that the adoption of this resolution within EGUSD will give way to stronger student engagement and happier, healthier kids. Thank you all for what you are doing as a board to move our district forward despite these asinine right-winged extremists campaigning to erase our LGBTQ+ and BIPOC kids. No one can throw a bigger tantrum than a bigoted narcissist who's losing control of someone else's mind. Isn't that right?
Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Carlson. Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards on this item?
Yes, we have blue cards. I have Charlotte Charlotte Rieger,
Come on up.
followed by Heidi Moore. And then I have more. Yeah.
As I was reading through these student rights, I just want to make sure that all students are included in this. Especially from discrimination. I have had students that have had teachers that have offended them. I have had 3 children walk out of classrooms because of the teachers. I gave them that permission. And I think that there needs to be a little bit more care on some of the things that are said. And then the other thing that I am questioning is ability to report incidences of concern and made readily available and responded in a timely manner. I really hope this is going to be much better. Not 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later. But I think we need to add, again, I've already discussed this with you guys. I would like to refer you to page 6 in the district handbook under inappropriate technology section. Accessing, posting, submitting, publishing, or displaying harmful or inappropriate matter that is threatening, libelous, defamatory, obscene, disruptive, sexually explicit, or that could be construed as harassment of disparagement of others, cyberbullying based on their race, ethnicity, national origin, gender, sexual orientation, age, disability, religion, or political beliefs. And then I want you to go to page 75. So you have safeguards for teachers, but there's no safeguards for students. Again, I'm asking for safeguards for students. So the teachers have prohibited sexual harassment includes, but not limited to, unwelcome sexual advances, requests for sexual favors, and other verbal or visual, which are these books that we're concerned about, or physical contact. And a lot of these books are hostile and offensive to my children. I don't want them to see that. So we have teachers with safeguards. I would like you all to have safeguards for the students. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have Heidi Moore, followed by Rhett Pennell.
So I would just like to know how many students were included in this process and how were they chosen? My students certainly weren't included in this process of creating Bill of Rights, and we have a district of 63,000 students. So I just think we need to be truly inclusive with these types of processes. And I'd like to know how diverse the group is, with input gathered from all students. It wasn't gathered from mine. And if we want to be inclusive, we need to consider all students. I've mentioned this before, but my 2 daughters were in the mandatory drag show. They did not feel comfortable because that was not made known to them, and it was mandatory. So if we want to be truly inclusive and have rights for all students, then we need to include them and consider all people's religions and viewpoints, ethnicities,
cultures, all those things, not just some people. And then honestly, the number one thing on this Bill of Rights should be that students have an open bathroom at all times, because at Pleasant Grove High School, my students only have 5 stalls available to them on most days. And that is unacceptable for more than 2,000 students. And I'm still working with to get in touch with the state about that, because I have filed a formal complaint. That is unacceptable. Students have a right to always have a bathroom available to them. So that should be the number one thing. It's actually a basic human right. So we need to fix that. So I hope our questions are answered in the presentation. Who created this Bill of Rights? And was it truly an inclusive process that considers all students who have a variety of viewpoints? Thank you.
Thank you.
Rhett Pennell, followed by Jordan Jones.
My name is Rhett Pennell. And it says all students have the right to freedom of speech and expression. I guess my thing is that really true? I had a grandson, but they was standing in front of the class door, and a substitute teacher told him to go back to the end of the line. He tried to explain why he was there, and she wouldn't even listen. And this happened a while back, but still, she would not even take the time to listen. And to me, if you want a student to respect the teacher, then the teacher should respect the student by at least listening, you know, by just, instead of just saying, I don't want to listen to you, you don't have anything. That's not freedom of speech. So my question is do they really, students really have the right to really speak how they feel about something in class or wherever the situation may be? And if they do not agree with something, or if they feel that they have a right to say something, then the teacher should listen to the child. So if you really say student has the right of freedom of speech and expression, I don't think I'm not saying every teacher, but there are some teachers just don't want to listen, and that's not right. And that the student may not agree or like what the teacher says. Okay, that's fine. But also the teacher should listen and have the respect. And she doesn't have to like or agree with it. But I think that she should respect the student, because you says here that they have a right for speech of expression to at least listen to the student. Nothing says she has to agree with or like it. But to me, I feel like she has to listen to the student. Student has that right. Otherwise, what you say here is not true. You're just writing it down. Anybody can write anything down, but to actually follow it, that's what I would like to know, if that's really what's going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, that is the end of the blue cards for this item.
Thank you, Ms. Jamerson. Mr. Cerruti, I think you have a contingent of students who may be able to address some of these questions that came up and tell us about the process.
Good evening, and thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman and Ms. Avalos. This resolution being brought to the Board of Education is by two of our recent graduates and a rising senior who also represent the Gen Up organization. Gen Up is a California-based nationwide student-led social justice organization and student activist coalition that strives to advocate for education through the power of youth voices. Two of the Gen Up priorities were to seat student board members. That was brought to the board in the past, and there's evidence that it was seen favorably by the Board of Education. A second priority was for school boards to adopt or certainly accept a student bill of rights. These student leaders who I will introduce in just a moment, who I describe as intelligent, thoughtful, empathetic, strong self-advocates and committed to the betterment of the broader community and embody what it means to be social justice advocates, successfully navigated the school district system that necessitates these types of actions, gain input from a broad spectrum of interest groups, including students, teachers, principals, legal counsel, the superintendent's cabinet, the board resolution subcommittee, and eventually bringing it to the Board of Education. If approved in future years, the resolution will be brought forward annually in May by the student board member. And I would like to now introduce our students who will be presenting the resolution to you. Our recent graduates, Tinsay Baranhu and Mia Fisher, and a rising senior, Arya Shergill, who will bring forward their recommendation and who, through their hard work and commitment to their education, are destined for incredible accomplishments in the future. And ladies, on a personal level, it was an absolute joy and pleasure getting to know you, working with you, and I'm delighted that you represent the type of young people who will be turning our planet and our world into a better place. And so I'll turn it over to you, ladies.
Good evening, Board President Nancy Cherez-Espinoza, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. My name is Tinsay Barhanu, and I recently graduated from Consumnes Oaks High School and plan on attending UC Berkeley this fall. My name is Mia Fisher, and I also recently graduated from Consumnes Oaks High School. My name is Arya Shergill, and I'm a rising senior at Consumnes Oaks High School. We are part of the Elk Grove chapter of Gen Up. Gen Up is a California-based, nationwide student-led social justice organization and student activist coalition that strives to advocate for education through the power of youth voices. This evening, we are very pleased to bring to the board for consideration of approval Resolution 90, recognizing the EGUSD Student Bill of Rights. The Student Bill of Rights is a student-initiated proposal. We met with district staff and district legal counsel who provided support to us to ensure consideration was given to existing state laws, board policies, and administrative regulations. Staff also assisted us to ensure we had an understanding of the Board of Education presentation, discussion, and approval procedures. The development of the Student Bill of Rights involved input and feedback opportunities for students, teachers, teacher leadership, principals, district administration, and the superintendent's cabinet. In summer 2020, members of student equity councils from different schools joined to form a chapter of Gen Up. We identified two primary advocacy goals, which Mr. Cerruti mentioned. First, to see a student board member on the Elk Grove Unified School District's Board of Education, and second, to develop a Student Bill of Rights. We researched Student Bill of Rights examples from other districts and began drafting a version for EGUSD. In fall 2020, we created a survey for students to provide feedback on top priorities for the Student Bill of Rights. Student equity councils distributed the surveys across the high schools and provided us direct feedback. Initial revisions of the Student Bill of Rights began based on feedback from other students. In spring 2021, an initial draft of the Student Bill of Rights was presented to the Educational Equity Department for review. Review and feedback were provided to us by Student Equity Council advisors and the district's education services and schools administration team. We reviewed the feedback and responded by participating in a follow-up meeting with the district's education services and schools administration team to address questions with staff. An initial presentation of the Student Bill of Rights was provided to the superintendent's cabinet. In summer 2021, we met with the district's legal counsel to review the Student Bill of Rights for alignment with board policy and relevant policies. Appropriate annotations were added to the Student Bill of Rights document. In fall 2021, the revised Student Bill of Rights draft was presented to all school principals and a copy was sent via email. A survey to collect feedback was provided to principals. The revised Student Bill of Rights draft was presented to Elk Grove Education Association leadership for feedback. A Google Doc to collect comments from EGA leaders was used to secure additional feedback. In spring 2022, a teacher feedback survey was administered, focusing on both the content and implementation. Before administration, the survey was reviewed by EGEA leadership, principals, and the district's education services and schools administration team. To secure further feedback and input, as well as to respond to questions, we hosted 2 webinars to provide an overview of the project to interested teachers and administration. The survey results were compiled and then reviewed with EGEA leadership, the district's education services and schools administration team, and the superintendent's cabinet. Additional feedback sessions were held with EGEA leadership, resulting in additional revisions and culminating in the final proposed Student Bill of Rights. In spring 2023, we met with the one and only Deputy Superintendent Mark Cerruti, administrative leadership from the Educational Equity Department, and legal counsel, and presented the updated draft of the Student Bill of Rights to the Board of Education Resolution Subcommittee for consideration to proceed to the full Board of Education with the recommendation to approve the resolution. It is planned in future years that the seated student board member will annually engage students from across the district in a review of the Student Bill of Rights and bring to the Board of Education a recommendation for approval of the resolution each year in May. President Charles Espinoza, we respectfully request the Board of Education adopt resolution number 90, recognizing the Elk Grove Unified School District Student Bill of Rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies, for the presentation. I'm going to first, I think it's appropriate, ask Oliver if you have any comments or questions.
I don't have any questions. I do have comments though. I think it's really impressive how you guys worked on this over time. And I think it will have a very big impact. And of course, it's not perfect. I'm pretty sure we'll see improvements over the years, but this is a really big first step into student voice. So I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other board member comments or questions?
Yeah, first of all, I want to say thank you for being involved. And for acting in a responsible way. When the Student Bill of Rights was first written, I personally, after speaking with many individuals from different levels within the district, had concerns about wording. And I know that you took that seriously, and you produced a document that I believe will meet your needs, our needs, and all the people who interact with kids in our district. So thank you. I know all of you are going to continue in your leadership roles, and that's important if we're going to keep moving forward. So thank you.
Mr. Pettit?
Well done, well done. It took a long time to get this on this piece of paper and getting the board approval. It's going to happen tonight. You know, rights of people, humanity, of you, especially students. You're the generation to come. You're our future of the USA. So I commend you that you did an excellent job. But I think we left out the parent organizations, parent engagement. I didn't see that loop in this particular report, but yet, you know, that's going to happen. Parents are going to come forward and look at this report and be responsible for their duties of being civically engaged in school activities as they have been in the past. So, you know, I didn't see anything about like the PTA,
This is
which
the
I was
student-
part of.
the Student Bill of Rights, Mr. Pettis.
Yes,
That
but
would have
it's-
not been.
Yeah, but there was a lot of people engaged in this process, like the teachers union, and you know, there's only one union. I was concerned about the other unions getting involved. So other than that, I'm very proud of you. Very proud. Thank you very much.
Salviani?
Congratulations, young women. I had the privilege of working with you for a number of years. We met and then there was a pause, then we've re-engaged and I think you've got an excellent product. And I really want to speak to the fact that this recognizes the role and the partnership of students with the district and gives a way for students to interact with the district and have guidance to do that in a structured, productive, positive way. And I really appreciate that for you. When we spoke, it was about how we can do better together. And I appreciate the partnership and the interest you made for all the students in our district. So I just very proud of you and I congratulate you. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Yang.
Thank you for the presentation. And
I want to commend for your leadership and volunteer work. And good luck to your future endeavor. You ladies are students and perhaps all the students in our school district are students. However, you guys the students' feedback are also teaching all of the staff and the board member. So continue to give us feedback and advocate for your fellow students. And always remember to be proud of the work that you do and do let other people know. Thank you.
Ms. Jamerson.
I just wanted to say thank you for your perseverance and not giving up. You had this as a priority. And I think there were, some bumps in the way, along the way that could have stopped your momentum, but you didn't let it. So I appreciate your perseverance. And I look forward to each May having this resolution come before the board. I think that it's a great reminder to remind us about why we are here and to be able to always center students in our decision making. So thank you.
Thank you. So I will just add that I also appreciate you engaging with us in this process, your persistence, and I'm so proud that our district is producing young leaders like you. So thank you so much. With that, I will call for a motion to adopt resolution number 90, Student Bill of Rights.
So moved.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The resolution is approved unanimously. Thank you and congratulations.
Can you have the credit?
If you'd like to take a quick photograph, we'll let the parents come up.
Yeah. You worked hard for that. Yeah.
That's a good one. Bill of Rights.
And with that, let's see, we have one more resolution. And that will be for Juneteenth Independence Day. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comments via Zoom for this item?
Madam President, there are no public comments via Zoom for this item.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards for this item?
Madam President, there are no blue cards for this item.
Thank you. I'd like to invite up Ms. Lorraine Blomquist to present this item.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, Superintendent Hoffman and Ms. Avalos. I'm here to present the resolution number 89 for Juneteenth Independence Day. United States Congress has designated June 19th as Juneteenth Independence Day in recognition of the historical significance of Juneteenth Independence Day to the United States. This resolution supports the continued nationwide celebration of Juneteenth Independence Day to provide an opportunity for the people of the United States to learn more about the past, to better understand and reckon with the experiences that have shaped the United States, and to recognize that the observance of the end of slavery is part of the history and heritage of the United States. In June 2021, President Joe Biden signed a bill defining June 19th as a federal holiday. On June 18th, 2022, Governor Gavin Newsom issued a proclamation declaring Juneteenth National Freedom Day a day of observance in the state of California. And so with this, I ask that the Board of Education approve the resolution number 89 entitling June 19th, 2023 a local holiday.
Thank you, Ms. Blomquist.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Bettis.
On page 2, you clarified to be what is Black liberation?
On page 2.
What
Yes,
about?
of the revolution of the, oh, excuse me. It's,
I don't think you finished your
yes,
question.
yes. It's page 2 of. Oh,
What is your question, sir? You
What-
didn't finish your question.
the meaning of Black liberation.
So here, it was the emancipation of slaves that was delayed in its announcement, so being liberated.
From slavery, sir.
Okay, well, I think it's more than that, but it's all right.
Okay.
Okay,
Could be.
okay. Are we, okay, we have a lot of these resolutions like this for Asians and others. Do we also include a curriculum of study on the webpage?
For the curriculum study, it's not on the webpage. The Juneteenth doesn't exist right now in the California standards, the framework for the history, social studies standards. Right now, it just lives as a federal holiday.
Mhm.
And one of the things that we're looking at in our curriculum professional learning department is looking at ways to promote the understanding of what Juneteenth means.
Right, yeah, that's what I'm concerned about. You know, we have these really good resolutions, but yet we don't have the actual classroom materials and the objectives, the outcomes, measures, and blah, blah, blah. So,
That's because right now it's not in the state
yeah.
framework. But that's something that, because it's now being recognized from the governor's office,
Mhm.
that our department would definitely be working on.
Yes, because, you know, as of today, we still don't have a Black studies, Asian studies, or ethnic studies, and that's a big concern of mine. So, you know, I'm very concerned of getting this off
That's
into the
not true.
To
classroom.
be clear, we
Not
have all
true.
of those
We
classes.
have all those classes.
Okay,
Okay, so seeing no other, do we have any other questions, Ms. Jamerson?
I just have a comment, and that was just that I really appreciate the resolution to be able to have students and our community to feel seen, to have their history acknowledged. I think is critical to the development of self-esteem for our students. And so I really want to thank you for the resolution, but I think that we will continue to build that curriculum and so forth. But yeah, I think that this is, again, we're trying to make sure that our students, all students, whether it's our LGBTQ students, our Black and African American students, all students should be able to feel seen and to feel that they have a place in our schools and in our history. And so to be able to acknowledge that. So thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'd like to call for a motion to adopt resolution number 89, declaring June 19th, 2023 as a local holiday in recognition of the historical significance of the Juneteenth Independence Day to the United States.
I call for a roll call vote, please.
I don't find that necessary, so I'm going to restate my motion. I'm calling for a motion.
So moved.
Second,
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The resolution is approved unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is a request for return from student expulsion. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comments via Zoom on this item?
Madam President, we have no public comments via Zoom on this item.
Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards on this item?
We have no blue cards on this item.
Thank you. I'd like to call for a motion to request for the return from student expulsion.
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That is approved unanimously. Our next item is a request for student expulsions. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comments via Zoom for this item?
Madam President, we have no public comments via Zoom for this item.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards for this item?
We have no blue cards for this item.
Thank you, Ms. Jamerson. This time I'm going to ask if anyone wishes to address the board in closed session regarding a specific student expulsion. Yes, sir.
what was the comment you
That
mentioned?
is a standard item that
What?
when we do this, for the particular parents or guardians or students involved
Mhm.
in that item, they have an opportunity and they can address us in closed session if they wish. And
Okay.
hearing none, I'm going to call for a motion to approve the recommendations for student expulsion.
I have a question. Can board members request to talk about these expulsions in closed sessions also?
Yes, you could have done that in closed session today.
We could have,
You could have done
But-
that in closed session before this.
that's a
meeting.
new
No,
policy now?
no, there's nothing new about it.
So, for instance, if I would like to discuss an item on the closed session regarding these suspensions, we would have to recess and go to back there and discuss it
These are.
during the meeting or what?
So hold on, these are expulsions, not suspensions. And the invitation I just made right now is not for board members because we already had that opportunity. It's
When?
for in closed session at 4 o'clock today.
So,
So if you have any more confusion about the processor, let's take that offline.
I can walk.
no,
can have a
that's an
conversation.
issue that I have always brought up. It's
Yeah.
not on the closed session items. You don't identify suspensions or expulsions in the closed session. That's the argument I've been trying to propose to get talking about this issue in closed session, but this is.
The
this is new.
topic of expulsions cannot be talked about in closed session. The
What?
general topic of expulsions cannot be done in closed session.
Not
If
not
you're
the
listening-
general, not the general topic,
asking for the
specific
top-
student discipline.
That's what I want clear.
Okay,
So,
those are great questions to ask before meetings, sir, if you need
Uh,
to be on the process.
This is a public meeting. We could discuss these
Right,
issues
and we should
in
all
front of the
prepare and
community.
understand how our public meetings work.
Okay.
With that, I'm going to move ahead and call for a motion to approve the recommendations for student expulsions.
So moved.
Move, do we have a second?
Roll call,
Second.
roll call vote, please.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed? That is approved unanimously. Thank you. Going to move on to public comment for items not on the agenda. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comments via Zoom for items not on the agenda?
Yes, Madam President, we have 3 public comments via Zoom.
Okay.
Our first public comment is from Elda Ortiz.
Good afternoon, board members. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go right ahead.
Okay. First, I'll start off with Isaiah 5:20. Woe to those who call evil good and good evil, who put darkness for light and light for darkness, who put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. I'm going to cite your sexual harassment under district policy 4119.11. And I'm going to number 2, unwelcome visual conduct such as drawings, pictures, graffiti or gestures, sexually explicit emails displaying sexually suggestive objects and or. Mr. Hoffman, we have been coming, many of us parents, asking you and addressing these pornographic books in the school libraries. You have not sent out an email. You have not responded. I am asking you to send a school-wide district email informing all parents that you are making available pornographic books to all children of all ages. If somebody sat at their desk and had these pictures on these books displayed, an employee could file a sexual harassment based on your policies. I don't understand why you're not responding or sending notification to all parents. The only reason I found out was because of another parent. And I've talked to several parents, they are not aware of this. So I just ask you again, if this is something that you're not going to be removing because you believe it should be available to all children of all ages, then you need to send a school-wide email. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next public comment is Emily Ottoman.
Good evening, school board and district leadership. I'm here to thank you for your commitment to LGBTQ youth and families, your adoption of a new, more inclusive sexual education curriculum, your refusal to engage in harmful book bans, and your support of Gen Up Student Bill of Rights. All reflect your dedication to student safety and pursuing equity for our student population. Earlier, we heard from someone in a mama bear shirt who called inclusion its opposite, discrimination. This is classic mama bear behavior, fighting that which they don't or won't understand. How do I know? A friend of mine was killed by a literal mama bear. When that mama bear killed my friend, she was protecting her baby bear without analyzing the situation. She didn't ask herself if his intention or actions were harmful. She didn't try to understand him. As a bear, she simply reacted in fear. Mama bears are protective, yes, but in a reactive, illogical, and often deadly way. The policies advanced by the metaphorical mama bears in this room are equally reactive, illogical, and often deadly, as they lead to increased rates of death by suicide and violence. And they are not born out of any desire to understand or support the people whose identities and lives are actually on the line. So I want to thank you again, board members, for your work to keep students safe and alive by approving inclusive policies and materials. This work you are doing is born out of a desire to understand and support students at risk due to marginalization in our community and country. I am so proud of the students like the members of Gen Up, our school GSAs, and those who spoke in support of last month's Pride resolution. As I said last week or last session, there is always room at the table for those who are willing to open their hearts to new ideas. I invite those of you who don't understand LGBTQ perspectives to start listening and channel your protective instincts into words and actions that will actually serve the needs of students in EGUSD. Thank you.
Thank you.
The last public comment via Zoom is Jess Carlson.
Go ahead, Ms. Carlson.
Hello again, President Charis Espinoza, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. My name is Jess Carlson. I'm here tonight as a mainstream parent and community member to again speak out against the banning of books in school libraries. No matter how hard and annoyingly loud this small group of DeSantis-loving extremists here tonight push for book bans, we are all smart enough to acknowledge these cut and dry facts. First, that firearms are still the #1 cause of death for children in the US, not books, LGBTQ rights, accurate teachings of this nation's history, or drag queens. Number two, that reading is a foundational skill critical to well-rounded learning and to exercising our democratic freedoms. And three, that limiting young people's access to books does not protect them from life's complex and challenging issues. Author James Baldwin wrote, "You think your pain and your heartbreak are unprecedented in the history of the world, but then you read." As a book lover and an informed parent, I have read multiple books these extremists are trying to ban. I am convinced this is solely an attempt to try to erase our LGBTQ+ and BIPOC kids. Paraphrasing a section of one of the proposed books to ban, Queer, the Ultimate LGBTQ Guide for Teens by Kathy Beige and Mark Bish, it is important to remember that bigots are full of insecurity, and they will take out their own insecurities on marginalized communities like LGBTQ+ and BIPOC kids. When bigots don't feel good about themselves, they will hate on someone else to try to feel better. Ban bigots, not books. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards for items not on the agenda?
Yes, I have Charlotte Rieger, followed by Stacy.
Okay, come on up, Ms. Rieger.
And if you're the person following, you can stand up towards the podium so that we can quickly go through.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So last board meeting, Mr. Forcina tried to add a resolution on the agenda about parental rights. If this board is truly transparent, you would add that. 5 of you sat there stone-faced. And I, as a parent, believe that the district needs to be transparent to our parental rights. And we are the advocate for our own children. You all have a representative for all other areas except the parents. It's very disappointing. If you go back and review the board meetings, you can clearly see the school board is very biased and has stated it publicly. You are not representing all children in this district, and it surely showed. So I think that all was discriminating and ugly characteristics to have for public figures. And right now, I really hope karma bites you in the butt with that. Because those that are putting public opinions are dividing. Those that are eating during public comment, fixing makeup and rolling eyes, that's discouraging. Clapping and showing your biased opinion, that's disgusting. Making faces, that's horrible. So you all are creating the more divisive. And you all have not even asked any of us why we're here. We love our children and we are the advocates. We have raised them, we know them, and you all aren't giving them a chance. And it's really sad because I've asked my daughter who goes to high school what the problems are. You know what she said? The misunderstanding of mental health. And that's what you all are encouraging is mental health problems. And it's really sad because after that, it's bullying, which is a continuous subject. Continuous. Everybody. Yes, everybody. And it's just very sad because you all are producing the racism and the bigger division among these kids. So why don't we look at the state average for English language arts state testing? So 55% are below standards. The district is 47% below standards. Sad. Math testing, state is 63% below standards and district is 59%. Why don't we work on those first? Thank you.
Stacy, followed by Rick Atkinson.
Hello, my name is Stacy and I'm a librarian in this district. I've worked as a teacher for 19 years, 16 of which have been in Elk Grove Unified. Pastor Martin Niemöller wrote about his experience in the Holocaust. And at first they came for the communists and he did not speak out, then for the socialists and so on until finally there was no one left to speak when they came for him. So I am speaking out now on behalf of librarians, students, and books. First, librarians follow the American Library Association's Library Bill of Rights. Section 1 states that books and other library resources should be provided for the interest, information, and enlightenment of all people of the community the library serves. Elk Grove Unified is the 5th largest district in the state of California, which means we serve a lot of students from a variety of backgrounds, and the library serves to represent all of those backgrounds. Second, there have been many books read or graphic novels displayed on posters in past board meetings. Many of these books are not even in Elk Grove Unified Libraries, and yet they have been read as evidence of indoctrination in pornography in our schools. These excerpts are read only for salacious and shock value, but of course they make us feel uncomfortable. We should be uncomfortable when someone is sexually assaulted and violated, as is depicted in many of these books. Books like All Boys Aren't Blue and Lucky are based on the author's true accounts of sexual molestation and assault. According to the CDC, over half of women and almost 1 in 3 men have experienced sexual violence involving physical assault during their lifetimes. The intent of the authors in the description of these assaults is not to arouse people as pornography intends, but to provide a description of a horrific act. The wrongness is not in the writing of something that many experience because the authors did not speak these acts into existence. The wrongness is in ignoring that these acts happen and shaming the victims by calling their trauma porn. Limiting young people's access to books does not protect them from life's complex and challenging issues. If anything, books that touch on sexual assault may help a student identify and begin the healing process for the same trauma. Finally, young people deserve to see themselves reflected in a library's book. Here's what some of my students said about reading books about people different from them. I learned how much people deal with on a daily basis. It's hard to tell what is going on inside just by looking at someone. And because of this, people are misunderstood and treated badly. I didn't realize too much about transphobia and the lengths people go through just to hate on transgender people. Books are tools for understanding complex issues like these students recognize. Libraries provide access to books that offer teachable moments for readers of all ages and expand our understanding of people with different backgrounds, ideas, and beliefs. Removing and banning books from libraries is a slippery slope to censorship and the erosion of our district's commitment to building critical thinkers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rick Atkinson, followed by Tracy Feaster.
My name is Rick Atkinson. It's getting very frustrating and discouraging, depressing, but I'm going to come to every single board meeting. You're gonna keep seeing me until something is done, And so like what I want to know is when did showing children pornography become legal? It's not legal according to the California Penal Code. Here's one. California Penal Code Section 311, as a matter taken as a whole, that to the average person applying contemporary statewide standards appeals to the prurient interest, depicts or describes sexual conduct in a patently offensive way that lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value, or simplified, the law says that matter that is more than nudity and is clearly offensive by community standards and arouses unwholesome sexual interest or desire is illegal to create, possess, distribute, or solicit. It's illegal. It's against the law. And there's a consequence. The consequence, it faces up to 6 months in jail or up to a $10,000 fine. Okay, and so I'm piecing these things together. I told you what the Bible says about it. God is very clear. He doesn't mix words to harm children. Okay, pornography, to show pornography to children is illegal. Okay, and so I'm going to keep working on this. I'm going to figure out how to bring charges against the people involved. Okay, we'll bring charges, and because it's illegal, it's still illegal according to California Penal Code. It harms a kid to let them. They're not mature enough to understand this stuff. It should not be in a school library. We're not saying take books out of a public library. We're saying take it out of a school library. I don't get it. Okay, for example, if I had come to somebody and said, hey, you know what? I saw a Hustler magazine in the elementary school library. How'd that get in there? I'm sure my principal would say, well, let's walk right over there right now and find it and get it out of there. There'd be no discussion. There would be no confusion. You'd be like, that's not right. It's clear, right? Nobody would have to talk about it. Be like, let's get that out of there. I just don't get it. Where are the lines so blurred that somebody thinks showing pornography to a child is okay? I feel like I'm in bizarro world. Like everybody has lost their mind. They've gone insane. It's not okay. I'm gonna keep coming back.
Thank you.
Tracy, followed by Kirk Thompson.
Good evening. My name is Tracy Feaster, and at one point I was the mother of 5 children in this district, but I'm currently the parent of 0 kids in this district because we saw the direction that things were headed and decided to pull our kids. You might wonder what I'm doing here then. I'm here because I believe it's everyone's responsibility to protect the innocence of children, whether you're a man or a woman, Black or white, Christian or atheist, gay or trans, a parent in this district or not. I originally planned to read an excerpt from one of the inappropriate books that you have in your school libraries, but I decided that if you hear one of those excerpts even one time, which you already have, and you don't take immediate action to remove the vulgar and obscene material, then reading them multiple times is not going to change your mind.
I do find it very conflicting that you have systems in place on the Chromebooks that you are issued to the students that filter out vulgar or obscene language so that children can't access inappropriate materials from the school computers. Yet many of the words in these books would be flagged by the filter set up by the district. And I believe a report would be generated so that it could be addressed with the student. Yet students can check books out of the school library that contain vulgar, obscene, and inappropriate content. I fail to see how that makes any sense. I'm not here to target specific groups or to resort to name calling. I am not trying to ban Tom Sawyer or Huckleberry Finn. No one's asking that these books stop being published or banned completely from society. What we're saying is that books that contain graphic details and depictions of rape, incest, intercourse, oral sex, and the like don't belong in schools. If a parent wants to take their child down the road to the public library to check out these books, then by all means, order them on Amazon. We don't care. But a school should not provide access to these books to the minors in their care. I'd like to end with a quote from Jesus. Things that cause people to stumble are bound to come, but woe to anyone through whom they come. It would be better for them to be thrown into the sea with a millstone tied around their neck than to cause one of these little ones to stumble. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kirk Thompson, followed by Gary Hickman.
Hi. So since the board has decided not to do anything about the books, the pornographic material in the school libraries, and we just had one of the librarians advocate for that pornographic information in the libraries. Since most of this pornographic information seems to be centered around LGBTQ relationships and things like that, sure, that's fine. Go ahead and leave them in the libraries. But something that you should probably consider doing then, just to be fair, because that's what this is about. It's about equality, equity, whatever buzzword you guys are using these days. How about this? How about as a history of understanding sexuality throughout the United States, this December marks the 70th anniversary of the first issue of Playboy. Why don't we get all of the issues of Playboy and put them in our school libraries? It would be a great historical thing. We would all be able to look over and be like, oh, this is how sexuality has changed over the last 70 years. What is the interest in that, right? There would be a huge interest, I guarantee you, especially from the high school boys. Having been a high school boy at one point, and guarantee you that would have got me to the library a lot more often. So, as you probably can tell, I'm not serious. And that is the point. You guys should be doing what you can to get rid of this material out of the libraries, and you've done nothing. And you guys seem to be content with it because you can hide behind the buzzwords of bigotry and homophobe and transphobe and all the other phobes that are out there that are just buzzwords for stupid people. So I obviously don't want any of that in our schools. Our schools were meant to learn the basics: reading, writing, arithmetic. That's perfectly fine. Science. And sure, history. I majored in history. I love history. The Juneteenth thing, I think, is the best thing I've seen at the school board since I started attending school board. So please, again, I've said this the last few times I've been here, please get this material out of the school libraries, figure something out. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Gary followed by Greg Bart.
This community has recently become aware of the presence of explicit sexual content in school libraries of the Elk Grove Unified School District. We have waited for a response from the EGUSD school board. I have heard no response, only silence. Each of us, the community and the school board, have a responsibility to educate our children so that they will grow up informed, strong, productive members of our society. Often, it is necessary to inform our children of the evils of the world and the forms in which they can take. The ideas, the concepts that certain books cover, To Kill a Mockingbird or Catcher in the Rye, others. They have great debate that surrounds them. The ideas and concepts contained within these books are important, though, enough to be discussed, but with parental involvement, to form young minds and to teach them to see the world from different perspectives. Unfortunately, there are several books in our schools' libraries that appear to be only for the purpose of spreading dangerous sexual activity and content. For example, This Book is Gay by Juno Dawson, which is available at the Monterey Trail High School and Edward Harris Middle School, has the following. On my 16th birthday, I went to hang out at a guitar shop near my house, which I used to spend a lot of time at. The owner was older and married, and we had been flirting with each other for several months. Though until then, nothing had come of it. On this day, however, I spent hours there as I had nothing to do until my mom finished work. The shop was quiet and the morning went on, and as the morning went on, we got more and more tactile until we rubbed our crotches against each other. We managed to stop short of getting our knobs out in the shop, and he suggested that I come around his house the next day on his day off when his wife would be at work to help him wash his car. This story goes on to state that their relationship lasted a few months. In addition, the book itself discusses dating apps where casual sex can be found, stating that the benefits of these apps are obvious: quick, easy, uncomplicated sex. I am not here today to criticize the LGBTQ community that this book is rooted in. My issue and my concern is that the content does not promote safe behavior. Instead, it promotes the grooming of children by adult sexual predators, as the excerpt that I read displays. I do not see the educational content in this or other books. I do not see why
Your time is up.
is appropriate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have Greg Bart, followed by Dr. Jaskal.
Great. My name is Greg Burt. Have two kids who went to Consumnes Oaks. Also work for the California Family Council down at the state capitol. And we're working on parental rights issues all the time. I also noticed on June 1st that you all got a letter from the governor. It was from the governor, the attorney general, and the superintendent of education. It seems that the governor and these other officials are really concerned about all the books being banned in different school districts. I hope you saw that letter. And I was really, obviously, what I wanted to talk about is this looks as though it's really is coming down on us, because we're coming to here talking about these books that we're concerned about, and we're being accused that we're banning books, right? But I wanted to read some of this letter because it actually justifies everything we're saying. And here's a paragraph. It says, while local educational agencies have a broad discretion in the management of school affairs, this discretion must be exercised in a manner that comports with the transcendent imperatives of the First Amendment. Therefore, while a local educational agency or administrator may remove books or other materials from a library because of their educational unsuitability, pervasive vulgarity, or profanity, or factual inaccuracies, it may not remove books from school shelves simply because officials dislike the ideas in the books. Now, you have heard us come here not complaining about the ideas in the books. We are talking about and concerned about the pervasive vulgarity and profanity. So this letter from the governor is saying that that is your responsibility to make sure that education libraries don't have access to books like this. It goes on. I'm going now to page 4. It says, and it actually quotes the California Education Code. It says only expressions that are obscene, libelous, or slanderous may be prohibited. So it again states that you do have the authority and the responsibility to make sure books like that are not in the school libraries. But the problem is you don't seem to have any system to restrict obscene books or books with pervasive vulgarity or profanity. You filter stuff for the internet, but why not books? And so I'm just here to ask you that question. You have the authority, you have the responsibility to make sure these books with pervasive vulgarity and profanity are not there in your school libraries, but you're not doing anything about it. This is a real problem, right? And you're not addressing it. You're
Thank you. Your time is up.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Carr, and Dr. Carr, you have 2 blue cards, but unfortunately you're only able to speak one time to items not on the agenda. So you can use your 3 minutes. Yeah, you can use your 3 minutes to talk about both. Yeah.
Okay, great. Good evening. Thank you. I just wanted to come to the board meeting just to kind of raise a little level of awareness for the collective board. My son goes to an elementary school, and I've been inquiring informally about school counseling services, social behavioral services at the school site, as well as with my board member, Gina Jamerson. I formally reached out via email on February 16th, because in February, the school board celebrated, or the district celebrated, Counseling Week. And I just felt like there was a disconnect between my site, my student site, and what was presented. And that, and I included the superintendent and Ms. Jamerson, as well as my school administration, just for transparency, and had great dialogue with district staff, which in turn, they provided me some information, was great information, but still I did not see that happening at my school site. So then I started to inquire to get more information and data. And unfortunately, my inquiry was turned into a PRA request, and which in turn went to legal. In turn, I had to meet with the district's legal. It doesn't make sense. And, now I was given, that it's private identify information. I work in that area, and it is not. And then there's FERPA regs were generalized and stated to me. That is inaccurate. So at this time, I have not had an opportunity to connect with Ms. Jamerson. Our calendars haven't aligned, and we're trying to coordinate calendars, because I would like to get a little bit more of an understanding. But at the same time, as we're having this dialogue, I think it's only fair that the board as a whole should be aware that I'm a concerned parent. I'm just trying to get educated with what's going on, have a collaborative dialogue with the school, as well as the district, to identify gaps, provide resolution, and because our students need these services. And then my other point is, as a part, I had requested my son's contact list, and I was provided a list, and I have some questions and concerns, and the school administration is out till August 1st. And I want to have my questions answered and resolved before my son goes on to the next grade. And it's been over a week. When I sent my email and my analysis of the information that I received, I did not get an out of office from the administration. This week I followed up. I got an out of office. Then I reached out to the district. I have not heard back.
Thank you. Time's up.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Superintendent, can you make sure that Ms. Cower's email doesn't disappear for the summer? Thank you.
Okay, I have Joel Boyd followed by Dustin Noble.
Okay, good evening, Chair Espinoza, President, Board, Superintendent, Ms. Avalos. I want to emphasize the invaluable advantages the Finance Committee has brought to the school district and Elk Grove community. As a member of this committee, I have witnessed firsthand the positive impact it has had on parent engagement. Today, I would like to shed light on the importance of this committee and express my concerns regarding the board's decision to sunset this committee. The Finance Committee has acted as a bridge between the district and parents, providing a platform for meaningful engagement. Through this committee, parents have been able to actively participate in discussions regarding important matters such as after-school programs, hiring practices, needs for students with special education, and student engagement. This open dialogue has allowed for a greater understanding of the district's operations and has fostered a sense of ownership and partnership among parents in the community. The Finance Committee nurtures and develops individuals who possess a deep understanding of our district's financial network, allowing them to make informed decisions and contribute effectively to the growth and progress of our schools. It is crucial that we recognize the untapped potential within our community and provide opportunities for aspiring leaders to emerge. The Finance Committee serves as a valuable venue for individuals to gain practical experience, expand their skill sets, and build the confidence needed to step into district leadership roles. By actively encouraging their participation, we can ensure that our education system benefits from a diverse range of perspectives and expertise. However, the decision to sunset the Finance Committee at a time when there is a pressing need for more parent engagement and choice is ill-advised. Our district plans to allocate a significant amount, $917 million of public funds to serve our students. In the face of such a substantial investment, it is crucial that we prioritize transparency and involve the public in decision concerns the framework of the new advisory board committee. We must not overlook the fact that ESSER funds are supporting over 300 positions across various programs are due to expire in the upcoming years. As these positions play a vital role in supporting our students, it is imperative that students and the public are included in the decision-making process regarding the allocation of these public funds. I want to remind the board, this is not your money and these are not your kids. To ensure that the voices of parents in the community are heard, I have prepared a written request that I will be submitting for inclusion in an upcoming board meeting within the next 2 months. This request urges the initiation of a public discussion on the sharing of the framework of the new advisory board with the community. By engaging in this dialogue, we can collectively shape a committee that truly reflects the needs and aspirations of our district. We must embrace the opportunity to involve parents in the public decisions. In conclusion, is the impact of the well-being. In conclusion, let us recognize the invaluable advantages that the Finance Committee has provided through the parent engagement and transparency.
To be consistent, your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just close. If
We
you could.
look forward to reading whatever you're going to send us.
I will. So I did say, well,
I have to call you for time, Mr. Boyd. I'm
I know,
sorry.
I'm not giving further comment. I just have a question real quick. I prepared, like I said, a written, can I give this to someone here?
To the secretary would be appropriate. Thank you, sir.
Right. Thank you for your time and I apologize for going on.
Thank you.
Justin Noble, followed by Aaron Cloman.
All right. Good evening, President Charis Espinoza, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. Happy Pride Month. Through EG Speaks, I have had so many amazing opportunities this past school year to interact with families, staff, and students, listening and learning from them, advocating for them, and building the most amazing community around them. In doing so, we also learned that there is still a great deal of work that needs to be done, specifically an investment in special education services and the families, students, and staff they serve. Even leading up to the very end of the traditional school year, I've heard stories of service minutes still not being met, inconsistent support being given to students, and the feeling of just being given up on, with some site admin and program specialists being dismissive of parents and their concerns, as if the IEP means nothing, or rather the student means nothing. Basically, a year-long uphill battle, leaving some parents feeling that their only option was to pull their child out of EGUSD. It should not be this hard. When we hear stories from learning center teachers not having the resources and training they need to offer inclusive services, to paraeducators being told by some site admin that they should stop whining and that they are toxic to site culture, all for wanting the support they desperately needed all year long. Again, it should not be this hard. I believe in DEI. I believe in a need for a cultural shift in this district. I believe in inclusion for all. I also know it will take some time to get there, and I want us all to get there together. For those that do not align with this vision and for what is best for our children, EG Speaks will be there to shine a bright light and push for oversight. Gone are the days where paras are not getting the support they need or being treated as less than. Gone are the days that student service minutes are not being met. And gone are the days where special education is not giving the attention it deserves. Again, it should not be this hard. And soon it won't be. It is my hope that before the adoption of the special education budget, that this board emphasize and push for better funding for special education and to help close gaps that have been created this last school year with regard to staffing, competitive pay, and very much needed resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron Coleman. I have Heidi Moore, followed by Ron Owens. Coleman. Aaron Coleman. Oh, Heidi, yeah.
Thank you. As the librarian stated, this image is shocking. Shocking as a parent to find that it is in your child's district's library. I have the screenshot of the day that I found that book in the Sheldon High School Library. And I also now have the purchase order provided by the district. So no, we are not lying. It was in the district for at least 4 months. And Jen Avey confirmed that all books can also be available in classroom libraries because there's no oversight over classroom libraries. Now I would like to reference, as Greg mentioned, that there was a letter sent to Mr. Hoffman from Gavin Newsom. And on pages 2 and 4, as Greg indicated, that you do have, the superintendent does have the authority to remove books if they contain pervasive vulgarity, profanity, or obscene material. And the district has been made aware of multiple books that contain these types of materials. They have been notified by email and in public board meetings for months. The question is, when will you do something about it? Our neighboring district superintendent was recently made aware of a few of the same books that our district has. The difference, however, was the response. The superintendent agreed that the books were not appropriate and is moving forward to remove them from school libraries. Now I'd like to read an excerpt from the book Push, which is available in one middle school library and multiple high schools in our district. I think my daddy, he stink. The white shit drip off his dick. Lick it, lick it. I hate that. But then I feel the hot cha-cha feeling when he be effing me. I get so confused. I hate him, but my pussy be popping. He say that, big mama, your pussy is popping. I hate myself when I feel good. A real man who don't F his daughter, F children. So that's just one little excerpt from this book that has, I believe, 70 F words in it. Available to middle schoolers, describes a girl from the age of 5 being raped by her dad and then molested by her mom. Why is this acceptable? Why are we allowing books that promote finding sex through sex apps? Why are these not being removed? I'm going to share a quote from a friend. She said, "Parents are no more book banners than our librarians, who are in the course of their duties either ban or admit books every time they place an order or cull the collection in a school library. Parents and the community must have a say in what is allowed on public school library shelves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ron Owens.
Elk Grove Unified School District prohibits employees of grooming behaviors that inappropriately intrude on the student's physical or emotional boundaries. Examples of conduct that might constitute sexual harassment under California law include, but are not limited to, pressure for sexual activity, sexual stories, sexual slurs, derogatory comments, and sexually degrading descriptions. Other examples are drawings, pictures displaying sexually suggestive objects, massaging, grabbing, fondling, and stroking. Your board policy states, quote, "It is impossible to define every action." All are words that could be interpreted as sexual harassment. If district employees cannot have drawings and pictures, if district employees are prohibited from pressuring another employee for sexual activity, if district employees cannot tell sexual stories, say sexual slurs, and utter right derogatory comments, if district employees are prohibited from drawing or showing sexually degrading descriptions, if district employees are prohibited from showing drawings, pictures, and displaying sexually suggestive objects, if district employees are prohibited from massaging, fondling, stroking in the Elk Grove Unified School District's workplace, these pornographic books cannot be around children because schools are workplaces too. By continuing to share pornographic material in schools, those faculty, those staff, the administrators, and this board are infringing on its own sexual harassment policy, breaking California state law, as well as breaking federal law.
Thank you.
Madam President, that is the last of the blue cards.
Thank you, Ms. Jamerson. We have concluded public comment for items not on the agenda. The next item. It is. Is that better? Thank you. We have concluded public comment for items not on the agenda. Next, we are moving on to the consent agenda. Ms. Lavasser, are there any public comments via Zoom?
Madam President, there are no public comments via Zoom for this item.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, I see you, Mr. Pettis, 1 second. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards on this item?
We have no blue cards on this item.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Bettis, I'm about to call for a motion. Do you have some items that you would like to be separated from that motion?
Yes. I'd like to pull item number 5, item number 9, item number 13.
Yeah, slow down, sir. 5, 9, what was the third one?
13,
14,
13,
13,
item 18, and item 19.
okay. And I'm not seeing anyone else saying they're pulling items, so I'm going to call for a motion for items 1 through 59 with the exceptions of 5, 9, 13, 18, and 19.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. He said 14 initially and he corrected to 13.
All right, good.
Thank you. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed. Those items are approved unanimously. Mr. Bettis, can you speak to item number 5, please?
Number 5, I agree that we should not have or get rid of lay readers, parent assistants, preschool and ROP BET students classifications, because it's very important that we have students working in the summer or after school programs. Now this, other than, I agree with the salary schedules, but yet, we're gonna get rid of bus driver trainees. We're gonna get student assistants, yard supervisors, work experience. So that's the issue I have with item number 5. Item number 9, acceptance of gifts. Somebody's giving anonymous gift to one of our students, and there's no name, and it's a gift to a student, and there's no name of that student. To me, could that be grooming? Who knows? But yet, we need to know, as board members or our staff needs to tell us behind closed doors in closed session regarding an item like that, because I'm very concerned about this. And I think we should be talking about this item in closed session.
Mr. Bettis?
Okay, so.
Nope, Mr. Bettis, you raised an issue. I'd like to respond. If someone wanted to groom a student and try to buy favor with them that way, they wouldn't probably give the money or the item to the school and go through us, right? Well, if what they were seeking was direct contact. So that doesn't sound very likely in this case.
That's your opinion. I appreciate it.
Yes, that's
But not, okay, that's number 5. Okay.
13, sir.
13. Okay, ratification grant agreement for funding. Again, Head Start, American Fund Rescue Plan, and COVID Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriation Act. Again, I still believe that we cannot go back and write a contract back in 4/01/2021. So, I am always there's many more in this, all these consent items that I noticed that this is just one example of many that we go back ratifying and approving contracts when we're supposed to get contracts approved prior to that individual contract to work for the district. So anyway, that's a concern. And then there's some issues regarding the total budget amount regarding the fiscal years that I need to clarify with somebody.
Are you
in
still on
budget.
item 13, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, okay. And needed some time with them. Number 18, this is Tiger Natural Gas Incorporated Purchase Agreement Renewal. It's a third-party provider. There's no feasibility study regarding why we're going to do this, that says that we're going to save some money, but yet there's no backup data or report regarding this. So I don't like that. I don't like to conduct business like that. Item number 9, approve option. 19, item 19. Again, this is the same lease that I constantly do not agree with. Or Lawful, I can't pronounce his name, but it's within our over here in the shopping center, in the Elk Grove Shopping Center. We rent out that building, $31,724.50 per month. And if you do times 12 months, that's approximately $380,000, $694 per year. If you times 10, that's $3,806,904. So that should be, if anything, that should be in our facility funding report that I was looking at earlier today. That's not going to be on our agenda next month. regarding facilities plan. So, this is money, at least you maybe should talk to this individual or this company that we could lease to buy. But this is money that we're just throwing out there. So, and I brought this attention since prior to Mr. Hoffman new position within the school district, but this has been going on for years.
Okay,
That's it.
Mr. Bettis, thank you. Once again, our practice is to ask these kinds of preparatory questions before the meeting. I'm sure someone could have explained to you why a school district of our size with a bus fleet of our size would need to purchase gasoline. I'm sure Ms. Coates would be happy to walk you through the cost benefit of building a new school district headquarters at twice the size as opposed to leasing facilities. So with that, I'm going to ask for a motion. Nope, sir, you've asked your questions and we're moving.
That's a statement, not a question.
Mr. Bettis, we're moving on.
There was 59 items.
Yeah,
That's a lot.
that is typical for this time of year. That is typical for this time of year.
I'd like to move approval of items 5, 9, 13, 15, and 19 on the consent agenda.
5, 9, 13, 18, and 19.
18 and 19.
Yes, first and seconded, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Those items are approved unanimously. I'm going to call for a 10-minute comfort break. See you soon. Members, back up to the dais, please, so we can get started. If everybody could please take their seats. Okay, we're going to resume our meeting. Our next item on our agenda is bargaining units. Are there any bargaining units who wish to address the board tonight? Seeing none, we're going to move on to the next item. Our A through G completion improvement grant plans. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comments via Zoom for this item?
Madam President, we have no public comments via Zoom for this item.
Thank you, Ms. Lavasser. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards for this item?
Madam President, we have no blue cards for this item.
Thank you, Ms. Jamerson. Mr. Schweitzer, take it away.
There we go. We'll make it work. All right. Good evening, Board President Chires Espinoza, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos, Chad Schweitzer, Assistant Superintendent Secondary Ed, here tonight with Mark Levine, the principal of Elk Grove Charter. Going to report to you on the A to G completion improvement grant plans for both the district and Elk Grove Charter. So tonight we'll cover topics with the defining what A to G is, looking at our completion rates over the past 3 years, both as a district and at Elk Grove Charter, some of the legal background for the grant funding, what our proposals are, and our progress monitoring processes. So defining A through G, A to G classes are college requirements for students to complete with a C or better to be eligible for admission to the UC and CSU systems. Courses are categorized by content area so that each alpha letter A through G corresponds to a specific subject area. And this slide represents the past 3 years of our A to G completion rates by ethnicity groups. Overall, most ethnicities have remained somewhat constant between the years, except for Pacific Islanders, who were at 50% passage rate in 1920, dipped a little bit to 38% in 2021, and then rose again to 43% last year. And then we have a similar slide for our A to G completion rates by program, also for the last 3 years. Programs too have remained consistent somewhat, except for foster youth, who declined 5% since 1920, and homeless students dropped 3% during that same time frame.
All right, I'm up. So for Elk Grove Charter School, one of the things that we've seen is we've seen an increase in A through G completion rates over the last 3 years. Still want to see that to improve more, but we've gone from 12%, 11% to 26%. Ethnic groups, as far as the lowest performing groups, are still African American and Hispanic. Seeing the greatest increases in our white and 2 or more race categories. All right, as far as by program, looking at English learners and socioeconomically disadvantaged, we have such small groups of students. Oftentimes we don't always generate numbers in all categories. So those are the only 2 that generated numbers. But we do see an increase in English learners to 40% of those with A through G completion rates, and 27 for socioeconomically disadvantaged students.
So there are legal foundations providing funding for the A to G completion grant. We have Ed Code 41590, Assembly Bill 130, and Assembly Bill 167 that all provides additional funding to increase our A to G rates overall. So a little bit of our process with engaging our educational partners. Secondary Ed collaborated with research and evaluation, our site administrators and our counselors to review our current performance data at the district and site levels, both by ethnicity and program participation. And these were our most identified strategies that our sites and counselors came up for our
to improve those A to G rates. And some of the highlights are early identification of underrepresented students, how we can support them with timely interventions, definitely increasing our communication and outreach to families, the use of Always Be Learning ABLE, which is our master scheduler to help identify underrepresented students and making sure our master schedules are A through G friendly and that students have access to them. Expanding the credit recovery options for students via Edgenuity and summer school. And then A to G training with staff and parents and providing a college going culture with parent nights, field trips, and home visits. And then here are our proposals at the district level for some of our A to G funding and many of the same topics, funding for ABLE over the next 2 years. ESSER is still covering it for 23-24, but we'll need funding for 24-25 and beyond. Providing professional development for advanced placement, international baccalaureate, college board training, providing funding to the school so that they can have those trainings with their staff. Providing funding for schools to have SEL and trauma-informed, culturally responsive practices. And then professional development with our counselors on aligning standards, recruitment practices, and college-going cultures at the sites. We also want to provide funding for sites to have that college-going culture, partaking in college visits, having parent information nights, specifically targeted outreach for parent meetings and supplies, providing funding for home visits, specifically with our underrepresented student recruitment, and then funding for summer school, Saturday learning, boot camps as students prepare for AP and IB exams, providing intervention as they come up to finals, et cetera. So our total grant for the district is just over 2.8 million.
A little bit less for Elk Grove Charter School, as you can see, just a touch. So our total grant is $8,000 each year. For us, we fall into the same categories as far as our staff members being able to take part in the same professional learning and professional development opportunities. However, we'll do some at the school site as well. Main component is probably trying to help teachers understand the college going culture and help them understand the value in having students be prepared to go to college, then allow them to make the decision whether or not they're going to go or not, rather than have the system make that decision for them. Targeted outreach, that'll be for students specifically. Those are things like our English labs, math labs, things where students can do some sort of grade correction during the grading period, and then then summer and extended learning. That's more Edgenuity for credit recovery for those students that have gotten a D or below and an A through G course. They can make that course up and then be A through G, meet those requirements.
Right, and we'll finish up with our improvement monitoring. Some of this is end of the year activities and some of them are quarterly progress opportunities. So some of that end of the year data might be dashboard indicators for college and career readiness. Obviously our A to G rates by ethnicity and program participation, and then college admission and persistence rates, which we have access to. And then the ongoing quarterly monitoring could include student grades and Edgenuity completion rates, student interviews and feedback, and then providing exit surveys or empathy interviews with students, and then possibly adding some additional information to our senior survey, just to get feedback from seniors and parents about how our processes are working for recruitment into passing A to G. And with that, look forward to any feedback. And then our goal would be to bring this back to the next board meeting as an action item for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Schweitzer, Mr. Levine. So folks, not an action item today. Do we have any questions? I'm going to go down the line. I'm going to start with Mr. Yang.
Good evening. Thank you for the presentation. Just want to ask you guys a couple questions for public knowledge and clarification. So the A to G, how do we go about to inform the parents and the students about it?
Yeah, so majority of that work is done by counselors and administrators at the site level with parent information night, one-on-one meetings with student counselors, and then classroom presentations. We also have some outside organizations that come in and provide information for students. And the goal would be to increase that communication as early as 7th grade for next year. So we have access for our middle school students to start learning about that information.
Yeah, because I have students and parents have came to me in the Valley High School District and alluded that that wasn't communicated to them. And it's concerning. I wonder how many other students and parents that did not come to me and experience the same thing. So I'm glad to hear that we communicating with the students as early as 7th grade, which is great. But maybe that's just one of the few miscommunication, maybe. But yeah, so anything that you guys could do to make sure that it's a close gap, that would be great. Because it could cost the students a chance to go to college and play sports.
It's in every school site plan for that targeted outreach for the underrepresented population.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Ms.
Thank you.
Salviani, any questions?
Oh, thank you for the report.
Ms. Jamerson?
Thank you for the report. Similar, I appreciate the efforts to involve parents and do the targeted outreach and focusing on the college culture at the school sites. And I think that to what Mr. Yang alluded to, like really that emphasis that you're going to start in 7th grade, because we all know if you find out too late about the A through G, you're at that disadvantage. It needs to be early on that we get that information. And I think that it's important to involve that information to parents in whether it's, different school meetings, different things, always having that information available to parents. So I appreciate that. One question I have in terms of the monitoring, that's a lot there in terms of monitoring and evaluating. Who does that fall on? And then do we have the capacity? Are we going to increase capacity? Do these funds support that, or how is this going to be done?
So the end of the year monitoring with the dashboards and the college persistence rate, that information is provided by research and evaluation through the dashboard, various organizations. So that's provided for us. The ongoing monitoring, that'll be monthly, that'll be something that we'll implement with our counselors. Traditionally, we do monitor grades at every grading period already at the site level. So this will be increased awareness on what we then do with that data. So the students who have Ds and Fs, making sure that we get them either back into a class during the day, potentially at one of our schools with block schedules, or into an Edgenuity classroom as quickly as possible so that they can retake those. And then for students, if that doesn't work, then we have summer school for opportunities. Okay. And so in terms of, it seems that is an increase in workload is all I'm kind of getting at. So that's just continued a process that you're just continuing. Yeah, those processes are in place. We just want to bring heightened awareness to getting students into the credit recovery for either the F or to increase the D grade as quickly as possible, not waiting till their senior year. Okay, yeah, perfect. That's why I just want to make sure that if we're, that we are providing the support needed to our teams to be able to do that. So thank you. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jamerson. Mr. Track, any questions or comments?
I should have two things. So the first thing I wanted to ask is, do you guys include I think it's called the ELC, where the California and the UCs, they have a thing where if your class rank is at a certain place, then you get a random admission to a UC. I feel like it'd be a good, because from what I've learned, a lot of students aren't really aware of that. I feel like it'd be a good thing to know, because some students, they might get an acceptance but not know. So I think it'd be a good idea to push that out more so more students know about it. That's the first thing. And the second thing is about the counselors. So I know that the counselors teach the lessons about the A through G requirements, but they talked about this a lot in the student equity councils too, but the counselors don't all push it at the same level. Some counselors emphasize the A through G requirements a lot more. I know some schools, they have counselors specifically for certain honor students, and their lessons for the A through G requirements are a lot more emphasized and organized than some other classes. So I just think that is something that should be looked into. But yeah, just the ELC and the counseling thing, that's it. Yeah. Thank you for the presentation.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, 1 second. So first, I've been reminded that we need to be vigilant about acronyms. So ELC, the ELC program is eligibility in the local context. Fantastic program that we absolutely should be promoting. Mr. Yang, what was it?
Yeah, I just have a quick follow-up. So, counselors is very critical in terms of counseling the students, especially freshmen and in particular sophomore, early in high school. So I want to see if we could make it some sort of mandatory when the kids are failing. It's being reported to the counselor and for the counselor to see the kids right away. Because I also find out that a lot of kids that are failing are not being seen by the counselor. And to me, it's not the kid's responsibility to go see the counselor because there are kids. But it is our responsibility. It's the counselor's responsibility to outreach to the kids. But of course, the teacher has a responsibility to inform the counselor as well. So I want to see if you can close that gap. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fortino?
Thank you. You don't have to go to your slides right away. I'm gonna say something. Yeah, on slide 5, it talks about completion rates by program. And then on 6, it talks about completion rates by ethnicity. And then 7 goes by program. And when we get to 13, it says ADG rates by site, ethnicity, and program. So what's program?
So we did go back and forth just to clarify a little bit. We started with the district results by program and ethnicity, and then we went to the Elk Grove charter for the same. So program participation would be if students are, I'll just get to the slide real quick. Yeah. That one. So what is a program? So these would be students who are identified as English learners, foster youth, homeless, participating in that program, receiving additional services.
Okay. Once upon a time, I had several conversations with Mr. Cerruti about what appeared to me at the time to be dismal, persistent rates for EGUSD kids going to four-year institutions. And we ran through all the reasons why. What slide 13 says is that you're going to evaluate how many kids in your groups get admitted and how they do. Will you be comparing that data with the kids who are not part of this activity? In other words, if you're going to monitor kids from the different ethnicities and or programs, and let's say you get a figure of 30%, okay, you could make the assessment 30% is pretty low. If you compare it with kids who aren't a part of that and they're 30%, that gives you a different kind of perspective and message. So one piece of information without the other piece of information doesn't paint a true picture. So is it your intent to do that?
We can definitely break it down in that way and disaggregate the data by program participation.
Well, I know you can do it. Are you going to do that?
Looking for recommendations, I would be happy.
Well, again, I think one piece of information and not the other doesn't tell the whole picture.
Yeah, no, we will do a deep dive into both. Understood.
Okay. And then DNF grades, does that just mean you're going to count how many kids get DNFs? What does that mean?
Yeah, so monitoring the DNF grades at each quarter and semester grade, and then using that data to, like Board Member Yang said, have the counselors meet with students and get them enrolled into credit recovery, Edgenuity, re-enroll into a class during the day or sign them up for summer school. So we can track the number of DNFs. Ideally, that would reduce each semester, but also the completion rate at Edgenuity and summer school classes.
Yeah.
The Ds are probably the Fs are going to be the graduation rate. It's that D, the students who have the D who are meeting graduation rates, but not meeting A to G, that we can target to get into credit recovery as quickly as possible so that they are then qualified for A to G.
Right. And you know, in conjunction with that, one of my myriad of emails I sent to Mark last week and Chris, grades are nice, completion rates are nice, and what's best is knowing whether or not the kid learned anything. A grade is a grade. A grade tells me nothing, and I've always felt that way. I could give all kinds of stories. And then the last one. I think. I believe you talked about, I'm sure it didn't come out of my head, indicators of success. Well, you know what, it doesn't really matter. So what would you in terms of your effort, what you're hoping to accomplish with the money that's going to be expended?
Yeah, well,
what are your identified indicators of success?
Well, an increased rates for A to G would be the overall indicator. Yeah. College
increased rates of A to G for kids earning a C or better.
Correct.
Okay. And I suppose, you know, the old saying, the proof is in the pudding, and the proof would be how many kids go to higher institution and how many kids persist and graduate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah, I agree, because oftentimes it kind of goes back to the question before that about grades. It's hard to separate at times, because just because a student does have A through G completion doesn't automatically mean they're going to jump onto the yellow brick road and go to a 4-year institution, right? And they don't need A through G to go to a community college. For us at the Elk Grove Charter School, one of the things that we really want to focus on is that they have the opportunity to make that decision. The doors are open to them and they can make that choice. So it kind of makes it tough a little bit for us on what's going to be the primary indicator of success. You know, college going rates are nice, and we like to look at that, but ultimately that A through G completion rate is going to kind of be the gold standard for us, because I can't strip away all the factors on why they might or might not go to a 4-year university.
Yeah, and whether they go to 4-year university or not is not really a thing that I'm personally concerned about. It's other things. That would be persistence in a career program, persistence in an apprenticeship program, getting a check instead of a handout from the government every month. Those are, to me, indicators of success. So thank you.
Mr. Vargas?
Great. Thank you, guys. I appreciate the presentation. Actually, I want to kind of dig a little further on one of Mr. Forstina's questions, which is, so you talked about one of the sort of goals being to see these numbers increase. So is there a tangible number you guys are looking for over a certain period of time? Is there a goal, and how are you holding yourselves accountable to getting to that goal?
Yeah, so Velcro charter symbol, we're trying to get to 50%. And that's our first step, right? So we were really low. We were in the single digits for years, and we've gone to 25%. And our goal in the next 3 years is to see 50%. Now we have a lot of factors that could limit that, because oftentimes our students haven't been our students since 9th or even 7th grade. So we're getting students in 11th grade and in 12th grade. So we kind of know we're always going to be a little bit some struggles there. Not that all of our students come to us credit deficient, because that's not the case. We're not a continuation school, but understand that we don't have them for 4 years. That makes it hard for in some of those factors. But yeah, 50% is our next big milestone.
So we've been looking at data. So this would be about 45 students a year, 45 to 50 students a year with the senior class. So if we continue to get 45 to 50 more, that's about 1%. So if we can continue to rise and increase that number and get to 60% by the end of 3, I think that would be a desirable goal.
Okay, and the sort of follow up to that is, so how are we holding ourselves accountable to getting to that number?
Yeah, so there's a lot of comments. There's a lot of variation in the sites. So I think the more that we can streamline our practices at our sites and hold our sites accountable, specifically with looking at that short-term progress monitoring, not waiting till the end of the year. So those DNFs and how many students we're getting right back into that same course or a credit recovery course will be some of our instant successes and being able to monitor that.
Great. The other question that I have is, so I love the idea of college going culture. I graduated from a college preparatory school, so I have a great familiarity with that. But one of the things that I love about EGUSD and that I think we do very well is our CTEs, pathways, and our partnerships with the trades. And so how are we integrating those things? How are we going to create this culture of college going while also staying true to, our commitment to CTEs, pathways, and our partnerships with trades?
Yeah, so we definitely work very closely in secondary with college and career connections, working with Sue Hubbard to ensure that all of our CTE programs receive funding for those type of activities to get out and get into the trades, have the world of work with internships, work study programs, so that they have the opportunities to go out and be successful in that manner as well.
Yeah, the other reality is the kids that participate in our academy programs actually have higher A to G completion rates than our non academy kids. So there is an integration with regards to, there's still an expectation while they're studying something of interest and there's skills involved along those lines, but the college going is part of that that culture as well.
Yeah, I was wondering if that was the case. I remember from the chords during graduation, there was a lot of overlap. So yeah, I'm glad to hear that.
Across the board, they're doing better than
Yeah.
students not in program.
Awesome. That was all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vargas. Mr. Pettit?
$2.8 million. Okay, right? And that's not including the 800,000.
They're separate.
They're separate. Okay. Okay. And like Mr. Vargas just mentioned, there are programs at the UC level to do recruitment and counseling workshops for our students, both and also at the state university level. How can we hire people what they are doing to do what their objective is getting more AG rates up and also contacts with our school district? Because I looked at their websites, they only had, like UC Davis, they only had one individual assigned to us over here. But I think we just need more people with either one-on-one, and like they said, we need more counselors. I'm a big advocate for counselors, and I know there's an equity issue regarding the number of counselors at different schools versus low-income schools. I seen this on paper.
That's not true.
Yes, sir. I seen it on paper. I seen it on paper.
That's not true.
That's false. Okay, yeah, you're gonna see, what do you call it? I seen more, what do you call it, counselors assigned, just like our student rep here. He's come out and said that there's more resources at other schools. He's seen that.
He saw how they were organized differently.
So that's organized.
That's different than resources.
See, is actual budget by school, how much each school resources they received out of this 2.8. You have the data regarding the students, but does that, I like to see how much goes to Mr. Yang's area 3.
We don't,
how
we
much
don't
goes to my area,
Mr. Pettit.
area. I like to see, because though I know for a fact the more money you spend on this subject matter, you get better outcomes. And that's what's happening.
Dr. Perez.
People
Mr. Hernandez?
finish
Okay.
the floor.
You
Have
do.
the
You,
floor.
I will come back to. I will come back to.
Okay.
You. But when you're putting out, false information, no, Mr. Bettis, I can't allow you to put out false information.
Okay.
We don't have more counselors in some areas of the district than others. That's not his fault. So for the benefit of the public, that is not the case.
Students. That's an obvious point.
Student.
That's the formula.
Perez,
That is the
Mr.
formula.
Okay.
Mr. Perez.
Okay.
The site- Hold on, Mr. Perez, give me 1 second.
I'll come back to you.
Really important information that you're gonna see very soon are the site LCAPs. And you're gonna be able to see by individual school all of the funds that are going to these schools, and you will see our high need schools get significantly more funding.
Exactly. And like I said, I'm very,
You're in our state.
I've lived, okay, like I said, I like to have a printout. The bottom line, I'll print out how much we spend on each high school, middle school.
That's called the LCAP,
Okay,
the site LCAP.
report on this program.
Mr. Bettis, I need you to stick to this item.
Down 2.8. It's very easy. Why don't you want to do it?
Mr.
So
Bettis,
anyway,
Mr. Bettis, you're getting off topic. I need you to
No, it
speak
is
to
not.
this item or conclude.
You just don't like me to ask those type of
No,
questions.
we're still on EGUSD completion grant.
You're just burning my time. So, the research on page 9, research evaluation, what research are you using? Model programs that have been implemented at other high school districts or, or school districts throughout California. There's, again, I'm gonna point out, there's programs out there that are doing excellent with lower income students. They're transitioning to junior college, they're transitioning to state universities and also UC systems. It's sad that we have those numbers. That's a shame. It's a shame. And and we should have a workshop, a one-day workshop improving these numbers.
Mr. Perez.
And not just talk about it. We
Perez.
have a workshop on this stuff.
Mr. Perez,
Yeah.
the research department that we're going to use
Mhm.
to do this work
Mhm.
is the Harvard recognized research department of the Elk Grove Unified School District.
Mhm.
The only one recognized in the state and maybe in the nation, but so we have the internal capacity to do this work.
Why have we
Talking about.
not been producing? Why are those numbers? Okay, in your research and evaluation, what is it that we're not doing? Within the money you should have a research unit,
Mr. Bettis, this work is
Okay,
ongoing.
all right,
That's
okay.
the plan that's being presented right now.
Okay, you mentioned, I'm glad that you mentioned that you were doing it at the end of the year reports, but now you have mechanisms to do reports by the monthly, and get some type of feedback by counselors, correct?
Not by month, by quarter, when grades come
by
out,
quarterly,
quarters
okay.
and semesters,
Yeah,
depending
okay.
on what the schedule of the school is.
Okay, that's great, because, in the LCAP, a lot of these reports are only end of year reports. I don't like that, and we haven't changed that since. Again, I think there's an equity issue here. It's a known fact. You can't tell me there is not one. There is one. As a result of racism and all the isms. Okay, so are you gonna do just a quarterly report now? Are you gonna propose providing us a quarterly report on this subject matter, AG rates for charter schools and for the regular schools quarterly now, or what? By, like.
ADG rates are only measured on a yearly basis. We're talking about additional support we can do.
I need you to listen when you ask a question. I need you to allow the opportunity for someone to answer it.
Yes.
So that means you pause. Hold on, Mr. Hoffman, did you want to attempt it or?
I was just quick. The ADG rates are an annual measure. What Mr. Schweitzer spoke to is that we're also doing quarterly interim measures
with regards to DNF rates, and we're using systems we already have in place like Edgenuity, which allow kids to make up a course or increase a grade from a D to a C in real time instead of waiting just to the end of the year. So there's both things are going on. We're going to be monitoring the overall rates on an annual basis because that's when the rates are completed. But we're going to do everything we can to give kids opportunities to reach that mark with supports throughout the school year.
Do you propose to do a quarterly report on this subject matter?
The site, we're not going to bring a quarterly report to the board is not the presentation currently.
Well, that's too much
but
work or what?
The sites are doing that work. That's what the sites are doing.
Reports, we need data. That's the issue that Mr. Forcina and I, we discussed the other day. And we do not get enough data and evaluation data to make a decision on fundings.
Man, I don't know that that's true.
Mr. Bettis, can you move on?
So what's your recommendation to approve these numbers?
That has already been presented, Mr. Bettis. That was the presentation.
And like you said, a lot of these objectives are in the LCAP. They overlap. It's a matter of just working in research and evaluation unit to pull these numbers for this AG rates and this project of $2.8 million. It's easy, you know, it's all in Excel format. I know that. And you get it to the Department of Education and just request it. You know, those numbers are not. Yeah, I'm not happy.
But it sounds like you're done, right?
What?
Sounds like you're done. Sounds like you're wrapping up.
No.
Okay, I need you to wrap up. Can you give us your last question?
So the amount of funding, does that go up or down, or what has the trend of this funding project?
No, this was a grant funding that has 3 years remaining on the grant. So it's a one-time fund.
It's one-time funding for 3 years.
Correct.
And we get 2.8 per year.
No, 2.8 overall.
Overall, 3 years.
Yeah, that's why I
that's
funded it out over 3
that's
years.
okay. Well,
Yeah.
it seems to me, I'm glad I asked that question.
Not on.
So in other words, I need to divide 2.8 by 3 years, and that's the number, the total amount we spend in the program.
Correct.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's very good.
Thank you, Mr. Bettis.
Is there?
Mr. Bettis, we need to move on. We need to move on. So I want to thank all of my colleagues for some great questions, which saves me a lot of time. I just want to point out one thing that I think is really important, some contextual information about this indicator, these metrics in particular. It's one of the odd ones. There are a few others where getting to 100% is not necessarily the goal, because we also prepare our students for things other than four-year colleges. So I very much appreciate and support our goals to increase our A through G attendance rates. Mr. Superintendent made the point very, very well that there's not necessarily a conflict, but going into an apprenticeship program in the military is far from failure, right? So I just wanted to add that little bit of context. So thank you very much for your work. Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
See you next meeting or next month. Okay. Our next item is our public hearing / action items. The first of which is public hearing on the Elk Grove Unified School District Local Control Accountability Plan, or LCAP, which will be presented by Mr. Cerruti.
Thank you, Madam President. And again, good evening to all. This is the time of the year when the last two steps of the LCAP development approval process take place. This is the requirement to open up a public hearing on the LCAP. And what I have done in years past is a really brief just overview in terms of some of the pertinent information that has led us to this evening. The first is, and all of this information was provided previously within the context of the process that we use to get information and feedback from our educational partners. And these are the priorities that were identified by our students, by our parents, by our staff, and some of the work that we did to engage our educational partners to meet the state requirements was involving our district English Learner Advisory Committee and our district advisory committee. We involve all of our labor partners and our labor groups. Our LCAP needs analysis process, that's the survey that we conduct. Just under 50,000 individual respondents to that survey. We drafted the LCAP and posted it, the draft LCAP, and it was posted from June 1st through the 9th. And any questions that we receive, and we received 2, are directly responded to. And those respondents are provided by staff. And actually, a bullet point that I certainly should add and will add in future years is it's really important for the public and everyone to understand that at each of our 68 sites, the LCAP process begins in the fall, and they develop their individual plans, which actually will be coming to the board for approval. And the requirement for, we refer to them as a site LCAP. The state refers to this school plan for student achievement is what it's referred to, and it's a requirement for title schools and for those that fall under 3 different categories based upon dashboard outcomes. And I won't spend too much time on that, but we provide that information. It's a requirement. In Elk Grove, we require all schools to do it. And it's because it's part of our ongoing continuous improvement process. And so there are processes that engage parents and students and community members and staff at all 68 of our schools. So I just point that out as well. This is the minimum proportionality percentage. So there's a calculation that's done, and I just want to pause only for a second. And that's because this work in the development of our LCAP involves countless staff who are part of this process. But a key partner to this, the LCAP is actually not technically a budget document. It's actually supposed to be the district's programmatic story that includes budget information. But the budget information obviously is very crucial. And I just want to point out the partnership that we have with Ms. Coates and her staff. And I know that Audrey is here and she's going to hate this, but I do want to point out that wonderful person right there, our budget manager, Audrey Rancone, who, yes, she deserves a round of applause because I'll just put it this way. It is incredibly challenging to track down every cent and how it's spent and where it's spent. And in the LCAP, it's you said you were going to spend $10, but you spent $9 or you spent 11. So what's the story behind all of that? And she is a wonderful partner to work with. And Ms. Coates coming new into the district and not new to this process, but certainly has built upon the good processes that we have. So I thank them very, very much. The minimum percentage, so we are required based upon the calculation, and that's based upon our unduplicated student subgroups, our low-income students, our foster youth, and our EL students. We have to have a minimum of 65 million, the 282,626. So that's the minimum we have to have, that we check the box in the LCAP with a Y that says, yes, it contributes to this. What we have is 85 million. So we exceed the minimum percentage. And we have for a number of years. Actually, we have since the outset of the LCAP. And so with that quick overview, this evening is the respectful request of the board to open a public hearing as part of the LCAP, state LCAP requirement.
Thank you, Mr. Cerruti. I'd like to open the public hearing and call on Ms. Lavasser to see if there are any public comments via Zoom related to this item.
Madam President, there are no public comments via Zoom.
Thank you, Ms. Lavasser. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards on this item?
Madam President, there are no blue cards on this item.
Thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing and announce that this item will be presented to the board for adoption at the June 27th, 2023 board meeting. Before I move on to, well, no, we did questions and comments. Never mind. I'm not going to repeat that. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cerruti.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next item is the second of, I believe, 4 similar public hearing items. Just want to make that clear that these are not action items for today. They're all coming back to us. So
The SELPA one will be public hearing and action. So
the SELPA one?
Yep.
Oh. Okay, my notes. My notes say it's
Do we-
coming back.
no, my fault.
Okay.
That was a change. My bad. Thank
Okay. Sorry, Ms. Regaly, you're stuck with us. Okay, so next item is a public hearing of the Elk Grove Charter Schools Local Control Accountability Plan. Mr. Levine.
Good evening, members of the board, Madam President, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos. I'm here tonight to request that you open a public hearing for the local control and accountability plan for the Elk Grove Charter School. I'll be back on June 27th to request adoption of the plan. We go through the similar process that Mr. Cerruti explained, but just at the site level, being the charter school, we adopt our own local control and accountability plan, but we engage all of our students, staff, parents through various meetings, advisory council, student principals advisory council, and so forth to give input on our plan.
Okay. With that, Ms. Lavasser, do we have any any public comments via Zoom for this item?
Madam President, we have no public comments.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards for this item?
Madam President, we have no blue cards for this item.
Thank you. I'm gonna, should I open the public hearing? I'm going to open the public hearing. Reiterate that there were no public comments. I apologize. And now I'm going to close the public hearing and announce that this item will be presented to the board for adoption at the June 27th, 2023 board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next item is the 2023-24 adopted budget public hearing, which will be presented by Ms. Coates. All right. Well, thank you, Madam President. Good evening, everyone. Happy to be here tonight to talk through the adopted budget. I will start just by acknowledging that as recent as last night, the legislature just passed another budget that they'll be meeting and discussing tomorrow night and taking action on the 15th. So what we have tonight is based on the governor's May revise, and we know it's not going to be exactly what it is. So just prefacing everything that we're going to do and say tonight with those were the assumptions, the best assumptions, industry standard that we had at the time. And what the process was this year, because it is different, is we took Ms. Hayes' second interim assumptions and really the foundation of processes that she's had over the years and use those processes to build the 23-24 budget. And I know she's probably watching tonight because this was one of her favorite presentations that she would do. All right, so general overview, as we've had in past practice, as we've already mentioned, we've had 3 public hearings. This is the 3rd of the night, along with the local control accountability plan that Mr. Cerruti just presented. We'll get some components of the May revision. We did have them on last board agenda, but we'll recap some of those, talk through some of the assumptions, what it means for Elk Grove and the impact. We'll take a look at our fund balance, the multi-year projections, but I'm going to say this multiple times throughout the evening. We know that these are the best assumptions that we had at the time, and we're very likely, based on what is actually enacted and following trailer bill language, going to have a 45-day revise for some consideration for the board to really be thoughtful about where the revenues and expenditures go. All right, so here is just a snapshot of the difference between the January governor's budget and the May revise. And so what you can see is that there has been a decrease to LCFF funding, the LCFF funding increase, and that is largely due to not as many transitional kindergarten students that have come into the entire school system throughout the state of California. And most importantly, we do not have tax receipts as the tax deadline has been extended until October. What you see with the Proposition 98 minimum guarantee from 21-22 to 23-24, that there has been a reduction, as you would expect when we don't have those tax receipts. And so we don't know actually what the revenues are going to be until about Halloween time. And so we are presenting a bit of a risky budget. And so everything that we have assumed today is really to kind of protect Elk Grove Unified, to make sure that whatever happens, once the budget is enacted, that we are upholding our fiduciary responsibility for sustainable programs. The statutory COLA remains fully funded and has been slightly increased since January to 8.22%. With the one-time grants and funds, the Arts, Music, Instructional Materials Discretionary Block Grant, as well as the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant being reduced in the May revise. And we saw the legislature slightly increase it, but not enough to talk about it tonight. I think what's important to note here that in both scenarios, the governor is proposing to use our one-time dollars to fund an ongoing cost of living adjustment. And so that remains a concern of ours, just really trying to think through how do we sustain high quality programs for our students and our staff. So this is just a local control funding formula snapshot over time. It comes from School Services of California. It really is incredible to think that LCFF is in its 10th year of implementation. And so not much has changed over the years, except for this year we have the equity multiplier where $300 million is being proposed to augment and support the highest need schools. Important to note that Elk Grove Unified has 0 schools that qualify for the equity multiplier. It is based on free status only, not free and reduced as it typically is. So just a note on that we are not benefiting from that. So these are some changing assumptions for the state, and these are really the cost of living adjustments. And I only wanted to note kind of what was happening with COLA. So if we are projecting that our revenues are decreasing, but the COLA remains or increases, I think it's important to note that it's not tied to our revenues. The cost of living adjustment is coming from the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, over time. And so while our revenues can decrease, come November, when we actually see what the tax receipts are, we're stuck with the COLA that is enacted at the end of this month when the budget is approved. And so just, again, it's a risky budget, but what we have assumed really creates some protection for Elk Grove as we go into the unknown. So what we know and expected last year, it remains intact this year. And again, in the future year is the local reserve cap. So the education code limits school districts to a 10% reserve when certain conditions are met. And that's when the Proposition 98 reserve balance is greater than 3% of the K-12's minimum portion of the minimum guarantee. And so that happened last year, so it's not new for us. And so as an organization, we need to make some determinations, because right now, without commitments, Elk Grove Unified is 11.46% over or 1.46% over the reserves if we don't take some action. And so We'll talk about this throughout the evening, but we will make a recommendation in the adopted budget to commit funds formally into this $14.5 million into staffing and other like kind of one-time costs for benefits into committed to keep us under that 10% reserve. So we'll see this again and have an opportunity to talk through this. What this does with the local reserve cap and making this commitment now at adopted budget is when we do go through a 45-day revise and have more information in the fall with the trailer bill language, we'll know how the funds are meant and intended to be implemented. That gives the board some more time to be thoughtful about what it is that we do with it. The Education Protection Account, or EPA, this is quite frankly just required to be discussed in a public hearing and approved with the adopted budget. It comes from Proposition 30, and it certain tax rate were increases to provide additional financial support for public schools. In 2016, Proposition 15 extended Prop 30 through 2030, confusing with all of those numbers. And what this says is this LCFF, the revenue needs to be placed in a special account. And these funds need to be spent on classroom expenses, and they cannot be used for administrative cost. And so we are estimating, so our 23-24 budget continues to satisfy meeting these requirements with an estimated 196.2 million being specifically allocated for TK through 6th grade teacher salaries and benefits. That's the EPA. As I've already mentioned, in the governor's may revise that there is a reduction to the arts, music, and instructional materials discretionary block grant. You can see the information here. What I'd want to note and highlight what this means for Elk Grove, we received in December the first apportionment, which was about 18.7 million. We expected another 18 million to come in, which we are now not accounting for at all until we actually see it come. So it is a significant impact to our budget. The Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant is the other fund that is actually wasn't proposed to be reduced in the January budget, but is now in the May revise. If you see that third bullet, it says the California Department of Education has allocated the 22-23 enacted budget appropriation fully. So we've already received our funds for this. And I'm really excited to have Amari, because it is going to be an accounting nightmare on how we figure out how to journal entry this apportionment. So I'm hoping not to get too into the weeds on that.
Kristen, one thing I just want to do a quick highlight for the board on this. So just kind of putting things in the idea of a protective budget and what we're trying to make sure that we have in place, so we're clear about, we haven't spent these dollars. And so the VAPA and discretionary piece, we're expecting 36, looks like maybe, but about 18 million is what we're going to get. We have that, but we're not going to get the second apportionment. Haven't spent those dollars, haven't developed a plan yet because we weren't sure what the state was going to do. With the Learning Recovery Block Grant, they sent us that money. And now they're going to, right, as is proposed in the May revise, short us $23 million from that account. Now, an easy math would be, well, you use the discretionary block grant of $18 million to plug the hole of the $23 million. And because the board gave us direction to use these learning recovery grant to keep our ESSER work moving forward for a couple of years. So easy math, take 18 million, plug the $23 million hole, but that still leaves you a $5 million hole. We completely understand the board has no interest in using the entire VAPA discretionary grant to just plug a hole. And so that's one of the other reasons in identifying the $14.5 million and that the idea of this is a protective budget. So based on what the governor and the legislature finally do, we need to have the ability to keep our people in place while we take a snapshot of what's really going on, and then we can make some important decisions in the fall moving forward. But the $23 million gone, $18 million gone, $18 million we haven't spent yet, doesn't plug the hole. So just know as we work through this, we're really trying to put ourselves in a place where we're protected moving forward, regardless of what the governor and the legislature decide to do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, great points here. I think I skipped one. This is just real general, but the state offered attendance relief, and it was kind of like a choose your own adventure. And so we opted in for that first one, where we were able to have funded ADA based on the actually it was the 3 most recent prior years average daily attendance. And so just to put it in perspective, 1% of ADA is roughly $5.3 million for us. So if we can continue to, bring our students back, reduce chronic absenteeism, there's a lot of revenue that can be generating back into the system to provide those programs. But that has been a huge relief for Elk Grove. So just in general, the May revision and Elk Grove Unified, the May revise is the keystone in developing the 23-24 budget. I've already talked that the legislation has weighed in, so this is a little out of date with what happened yesterday. And it really, we start the budget development process just kind of like what Mr. Cerruti said. LCAP is starting in the fall, and once CBED's numbers come in October, the budget process has begun. Our facilities team is working through enrollment projections, historical trends, getting those numbers to our fiscal team. Once those have been vetted, it goes into human resources, and we're working with sites and departments so they can start reviewing their budgets. Letting us know if there are any new expenditures that we're not aware of. And so that's really how the budget process works, but it is a year-round ball of fun, I would say. So the impact of the cost of living adjustment and the adjustments is an average just over $12,000 per student per funded ADA. For Elk Grove Unified, this whole picture from 22-23 to 23-24 is just over $40 million new revenue coming into the district over time, not just because of the COLA, but just with the increase to the funding and the TK. So starting to talk about some of the unrestricted general fund changes. Of course, we've mentioned the COLA multiple times, the 3-year average. I just mentioned that 40.8 million. We have had some adjustments with other unrestricted revenue that had slightly changed. A modest lottery reduction as a result in P2 ADA decrease, and so then taking a look at some of our expenditure changes, you get our PERS and STRS. I won't read completely everything, but you can see the PERS rates that are going up. That was mentioned earlier this evening. Good news, we have a significant decrease to the unemployment insurance, which created a savings for us of about $2.5 million. We had a reduction of our unrestricted prior carryover. We use the consumer price index to account for inflation with utilities, fuel, electricity, et cetera. And then, of course, step and column. In second interim, we had a decrease in our capital outlay projects in the out year, so we made sure that we accounted for that. And then a decrease in the indirect charge created an increase in expenditures.
Kristen, one point real quick. So just for, this is one of the things that we have that is really challenging about this particular budget is you see the second bullet where we have a savings in unemployment insurance, which is one of those indicators that the economy is going pretty well because there's unemployment. But at the same time, we're $38 billion short on the revenue side of the house at the state level. So oftentimes leading indicators will kind of line up so you can see, oh, it looks like the economy's swinging in a positive direction, or the indicators are all trending down. So it looks like the recession, but this is kind of this. And so it makes the idea. So I'm using the term protective budget over and over again in that there's just so many misalignments in what we normally see one way or the other. So just, it's an interesting, when Kristen shared this to me, I'm like, that confirms that this whole thing is just a mess right now.
Yes. We're excited for July when we actually have some kind of details on what's going on. And then again, November, when we actually see what the revenues are. Important to pause here though, and talk about the reserve cap actions that we're recommending. So with this cap in place, I've already suggested that we move the 14.5 million into staffing and other employee expenses. As an example, benefits, which we know are going to be increasing, kind of one-time positions into committed. Again, with the 45-day revise, it would allow us to really see what we're going to have some thoughtful conversations about it. And what used to happen often, not last year, but in previous years, is districts would often use the assigned versus unassigned in the ending fund balance. And that seemed to suffice when this 10% reserve was not in place. And the 10% accounts for that assigned. So districts are no longer doing that. They're finding themselves committing the funds. And what the commitment does, the formal commitment, is it makes them not discretionary anymore. And so in order to access those funds, it would take board action to come back and use those commitments. It does formalize it in that way. Here we are with our multi-year projections. And so you can see where we are with adopted, and over the 2 out years, our revenues are increasing with the cost of living adjustments that have been identified in the school services dartboard, which we use as industry standard. Our contributions, which are largely special education and routine restricted maintenance, grow over the years as we would expect them to do. You can see the salaries and the books and expenses. These are all typical costs that you would see in our multi-year. But let's take a look at the surplus deficit. So we do have a just over $13 million surplus in the proposed adopted budget. You see that in the 24-25 year becoming a deficit. And that really is a result of one-time expenses, an off-schedule raise that has already been agreed upon by the board with all of our bargaining units, and anticipated textbook adoption. And so then you see that coming out in the out year. We have a strong beginning and ending fund balance all throughout the process. And you can see if we go all the way down, you see all of the commitments. We did have some commitments from last year's budget that are still running through our multi-year projection. And with the approved budget, proposed on June 27th, this would keep our reserve to well under the 10% at 8.46%. All right, so getting into other funds, the majority of our budget is Fund 1. And those are the discretionary funds where we come and we take some consideration, but they offer the most flexibility. The other funds are typically grant sources, or they have specific purposes intended for those funds. So we'll go through them quickly, but not because they're less important, but only because they typically have some restricted purposes. So you heard Mark talk about Elk Grove Charter. That's our Fund 9. This provides classroom and independent study instructional services to students at the dependent Elk Grove Charter School. And in our budget, we account for all of their accounting transactions. And so we take the LCAP that was just presented at the public hearing and then use that to build the budget. And so you can see the revenues that are coming in. They have a bit of deficit spending, but a healthy reserve to kind of manage their budget. We don't have concerns. Fund 11 is adult education. And this is really, we have grants that are associated with adult learning. You can see they generate their some LCFF revenue sources. We've got transfers in, and they're running basically a revenue budget of 6.1 million. And their total expenditures are just under that. So they're really running a balanced budget, but also have a healthy reserve. What the adult fund is mostly through federal funds, state block grant funds. It offers low class costs for adults 18 and older, where students can earn their GED or their high school diploma, learn to speak English, or become a US citizen. So lots of opportunity with the adult ed fund. Fund 12 is our child development fund. This is 100% grant supported. And it is with a focus on preschool. So you get the federal Head Start, you get SETA, can't think of what that acronym is right now, apologies, preschool, and then the first 5 support contract. And they have just enough in their beginning and fund balance to get them by, but really running a balanced budget. Fund 13 is the cafeteria fund. You've seen Ms. Drake here multiple times throughout the year, talking about the great work that they have in nutrition services. They serve approximately 8 million school breakfast and lunch throughout the school year, and are very active right now with our summer feeding program and summer school. And I think it's important to just kind of go down to the ending fund balance, because that's where my eye draws me to, which is just this very large ending fund balance. And this is a outcome of universal meals and reimbursements that have taken place. And so typically the district has provided a contribution to the cafeteria fund. We're really examining this as it's no longer necessary. And so the good news is free meals for all. And Elk Grove is, the state has basically 3 month, how do I say this? You can't have more than 3 months of your operating expenses in the cafeteria fund. If you do, you need a plan approved by the State Department to basically, it's a spend down plan, and you can use on capital outlay. So we fall just under that. Director Drake monitors this every single month. We talk about it every single month. She's got a great plan and a vision for it, but just kind of an interesting note, and kind of one of those interesting unintended consequences probably out of the universal meals that have been implemented at the state level. I'm going to move through our facilities funds. We've got Fund 21, which is a building fund, and this was established for Measure M dollars. It's not that we don't have projects going on. When you take a look at that, this is really about contingency and making sure that anything that we have kind of outlined here is going to be spent and allocated. So this will definitely be adjusted as we move forward. Fund 25 is our developer fees, and these are levied basically from new growth and development. There is a report that is
required and provided regularly to the board based on both level 1 and level 2 developer fees. We have Fund 35, which is the county schools facility. We use this source when we do, along with developer fees and Fund 49, which we'll talk about, to complete construction projects. The district has been really resourceful in braiding, what we would call braiding different funding sources to maximize dollars and get returns from back from the state when applicable. Fund 49, these are the taxes coming in from Melrose, used to pay for a portion of staffing that's running our facilities projects. Fund 67 is self-insurance, which has shifted slightly over the years. We now use school insurance authority to process our claims, but any outstanding claims that haven't been resolved come out of this fund. We also have some contracted support that helps us with that transition with SIA. We do have a strong return to work program and are budgeting at 1.75% for our rate for this fund. All right, next steps. So what does all of this mean after all of the ambiguity I think that we've articulated? We will wait for the state budget with great confidence that it will be approved by the deadline, end of June. And we'll bring this back on June 27th, with a recommendation for approval. As I've mentioned multiple times, we expect a 45-day revise based on what comes with the negotiations between the governor and the legislature. And in the summer, fall, when the trailer bill language starts to come out, we'll be able to really do some study on what it is that we want to do with the expenditures and have opportunity both at our unaudited actuals, and probably more importantly in December at first interim, when we really know what the revenues are going to be, to make the necessary adjustments and implement the program. So we really just use the budget cycle that exists. And then in January, actually December, we're back in first interim, and then we are starting this all over again in January with the governor's budget. Oh, too soon. There you go. Staff recommends approval at the June 27th.
Thank you, Ms. Coates. So colleagues, again, this is a public hearing today. I'd like to, open the public hearing, what a novelty, and call on Ms. Lavasser to ask if there are any public comments via Zoom.
Madam President, there are no public comments via Zoom.
Thank you, Ms. Jamerson. Do we have any blue cards for this item?
Madam President, there are no blue cards on this item.
Okay. I'd like to close the public hearing and announce that the item will be presented to the board for approval at the June 27th, 2023 board meeting. Colleagues, we have already received a lot of information about this, as you've heard multiple times. The legislature still has not given us the direction that we need to finalize our budget. So stay tuned for updated information. Yes, sir.
I know you get all this information and consulting with School Services California, correct?
Yes.
And what I'm requesting, for the whole staff or the whole board here, the new School Funding and Accountability in California Guide to K-12 Public School Financing in California, the 2022 edition. Can we get copies of this with all the staff?
We can definitely look into that. I think we can also see what about their 23 edition.
Oh, that's out already?
It's not out yet, but
Okay.
that's the one I think
I have the old one, but this is the new one. I guess this was on their page.
Yeah.
And so I would like to have a copy. I don't know if other board members would like a copy, but if possible, can we have that, Mr. Hoffman?
We'll take a
Can you
little,
find
I
that for us, please?
don't know what the purchase price is, but we'll take a look at it.
It's a good investment.
Thank you, Mr. Pettis. Thank you, Ms. Coates.
Or you could send us to the workshops.
So CSBA has a free budget roadshow that we
Oh,
all
yeah.
were
This
invited
is the
to.
good ones over here. They're very excellent program.
There's-
Good training.
All right, next item is the public hearing of the EGUSD Annual Service Delivery and Budget Plan for Special Education, which will be presented by Ms. Anne Regaly.
Yeah, they're good at the Calvary School.
Good evening, Chairperson Chavez Espinosa, members of the board, Superintendent Huffman, and Ms. Avalos. And thank you, Ms. Avalos, for your support, helping with my hearing item. The Board of Education is being requested to open hearing for anyone who wishes to comment on the Elk Grove Unified School District's Annual Service Delivery Budget Plan for Special Education. This item will be presented to the board on June 27th for adoption. The Elk Grove Unified School District Special Education Local Planning Area, the AIS area, was approved and adopted by the Board of Education on March 1st in 2011. Annually, each SELPA is required to develop and revise an annual service delivery budget and plan as an additional component of their approved local plan. The annual service delivery budget plan includes a description of all of the special education services provided by the SELPA, the nature of those services, and the physical location of these services. The service delivery and budget plan also identifies expected expenditures for all items required by the SELPA's service delivery plan. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Regaly. I'd like to open the public hearing and call on Ms. Lavasser to see if there are any public comments via Zoom related to this item.
Madam President, there are no public comments via Zoom for this item.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards on this item?
Madam President, there are no blue cards on this item.
Thank you, Ms. Jamerson. I would like to close the public hearing and announce that this item will be presented to the board for approval at the June 27th, 2023 board meeting. Thank you, Ms. Regaly. Next, we're moving on to our action items, of which I believe there are two. The first is the declaration of need for fully qualified educators for 2023-24. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comments via Zoom on this item?
Madam President, we have no public comments via Zoom on this item.
Thank you, Ms. Jamerson. Do we have any blue cards for this item?
Madam President, we have no blue cards on this item.
Thank you. Take it away, Mr. Singh.
There you go. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, colleagues and staff. This is a routine item we bring every year, which is the declaration for need for fully qualified educators. So the district is committed to hiring fully qualified educators to meet the needs of all our students. However, on some occasions, we may need to request various types of emergency or limited term assignments or permits to meet specific needs where we are not able to find teachers who hold the appropriate authorization. An example, when an EGUSD teacher is hired from an out-of-state credential, they might not have the CLAD. Human resources in those situations will still hire the teacher, work with them, evaluate their transcripts, and work with the Sacramento County Office of Ed to assist them in applying for an emergency CLAD while they take the necessary classes to get their CLAD. So that's one example. Another example is all EGUSD special education teachers are required to hold an authorization to teach students with autism. When qualified special education teachers do not hold that authorization, we assist them in applying for what we call a special education limited term assignment permit until they are able to gain the autism authorization. So those are just two examples, but we have multiple examples of that. The remainder of the requests for emergency limited term assignments are to address particular needs that may occur periodically throughout the 22-23 school year. An example, a teacher may go out on a leave. So we need to work with the substitute to maybe get an emergency permit. Therefore, our declaration of need for fully qualified educators for 23-24 includes the following request. For emergency permit, CLAD 50, for resource specialist 5, for teacher librarian services for 5. For limited assignment permits, they may only be issued to applicants with a valid California teaching credential based on a baccalaureate degree and a professional prep program, including student teaching. About 60 multiple subject is what we're requesting, about 100 single subject, and about 60 special education. With this, I'm happy to answer any questions and ask the board to approve the declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 23-24 school year.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. I would like to call for a motion to approve the declaration of need for fully qualified educators for 2023-24 as required by the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing.
So moved.
Did you open up for discussion?
I just called for a motion, sir. We have a motion and I'm looking for a second.
Second.
Moved and seconded, seconded twice even. Do we, do you have a question?
Oh, it's all right.
Okay, so with that, I'd like to call for a vote. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Measure approved unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have very long subject title that I'm going to read. CFD number 1, Special Tax Bonds Election of 1998, Series 2023 and 23 Refunding Bonds. Consideration of a resolution approving the issuance and sale of the Elk Grove Unified School District Community Facilities District number 1, Special Tax Bonds Election of 1998, Series 2023, and the Elk Grove Unified School District Community Facilities District number 1, 2023 Special Tax Refunding Bonds. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comments via Zoom for this item?
President, we have no public comments via Zoom for this item.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards for this item?
Madam President, we have no blue cards for this item.
Thank you. Ms. Coates, go right ahead.
Right. Thank you. This is a follow-up item from the May 2nd board meeting. You likely recall Lori Ranieri from Government Financial Strategies came and presented on both our general obligation bond and also the special tax CFD and the possible refinancing. So on May 2nd, we had done that presentation all together to talk about the financing plan and the what we could possibly use when we do that. We took the GO bonds separately and had a great sale on those. So what this resolution does is authorizes us to now go for the special tax CFD and refinancing. If this passes this evening, we would do that in the next week and hopefully have great news for the board on the 27th.
Okay, with that, Ms. Coates, thank you. I'd like to call for a motion to adopt resolution number 88, providing for the issuance of the bonds and delivery of related bond and disclosure documents.
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Take a motion first.
We can start the motion first.
Okay. Do you have a question, sir? Or you're just trying to have fun here?
The procedure right.
Okay. Okay. So all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Measure approved unanimously. Thank you. Next item is board member and superintendent reports. I know we have been very busy in the last month or so, so I don't know where to begin. Checking. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Porcino.
Yeah, last Tuesday, there was a meeting of the architect subcommittee, which I had on my calendar for the next day at 4 o'clock. So I know that Kristen was disheartened by the fact that I was not in attendance, but Nancy was, and she can report. However, I did get to respond the next day with respect to carpeting. And I did do that, but Nancy can talk about color schemes, which is what I unfortunately did not get to participate in.
So I'll go just so I can finish the delivery of that report. So at the meeting, the architects did have materials for us to see, which was lovely to, particularly to see colors and textures and things of that nature. I think I had already reported, the tones are very neutral. They're meant to be calming. We're trying to keep in mind that this space is not just a boardroom, but it is also used for many other purposes. So kind of, beige paint, if you will, something very neutral. There's wood paneling that's supposed to kind of liven things up. And we are currently struggling with what I think is the single hardest decision, which is choosing the carpet, believe it or not. So hopefully we'll make some progress on that. But I don't know if I shared previously that the project is, I think it's fair to say, expanded slightly since we keep having opinions about the entryway to the boardroom. So it also encompasses some changes to the area immediately outside of the boardroom. We're trying to make it just really more functional for all of the folks who are coming in and out. So I just wanted to add that that's also encompassed. In this last meeting, we talked about just really, and we've talked about it multiple times, about kind of the process of people coming in, where do they get their speaker slips? Where, are they going to find a surface to sit down or stand and write them? So this last time we actually asked the architects to look into creating some ledges out there so that maybe we don't have to have a table there permanently. So we're really trying to go back every iteration and make the space as user friendly as possible, while keeping in mind that our board meetings are not the only need that has to be met here. So that is particularly exciting. There will be some upgrades to the trophy case. We talked about some ideas to maybe modernize the photo display where we have, our employees of the year, and potentially to provide a more attractive backdrop for our families who wish to take pictures with their students and things of that nature. So there's lots of things that are in the work. You may have noticed the phone booth that was just outside our boardroom has been removed. That's all part of this long overdue modernization. So I'll stop there.
Okay. So quick, anybody else before I do a quick update?
Nope.
Okay, so just quick, I do want to highlight that, shook 5,200 hands, over a couple week period as we celebrated our seniors walking across the stage. And so it was phenomenal to be at the Golden One for our comp sites. And I want to thank Sheldon High School and the staff for hosting us for the alternative eds and our adult ed graduations. While not at Golden One, every bit is impactful, and the stories that those kids and adults shared, amazing. I want to thank each of the board members for your commitment, not only to all the graduation ceremonies, but then we also had the middle school promotions, and there is a number, but I use the word countless evening events that happened through May, leading towards the end of the year, and your support, the school sites, the families, the kids really appreciate seeing you there. And I know I spent a lot of time away from family. I know each of you did as well. So I just want to recognize that and say thank you. And Ms. Avalos will get mad at me and Mr. May will get mad if I don't remind you to leave your computers so that we can do the updates with them, knowing that Mr. Forcina is not, because he's leaving tomorrow morning, but we got that covered. But if you can leave your computers, we'll get them updated for you and get them back to you as quickly as we can.
Tonight.
I just wanted to say, Chris and I both attended to represent the board at the Elk Grove Regional Scholarship Foundation this weekend. They gave $345,000 to our students to help them go to college next year. And it is Old Elk Grove. It is people that have been doing this stuff for years. And if people don't understand how it works, you contribute $20,000 to put in $1,000 a year scholarship. So it is not $345,000. It is times 20 what they have invested in the children and the belief they have in the school district. So I just want to say thanks.
Yeah, I will add, CSBA has been keeping us busy as well. The Legislative Advisory Committee has met at least once in the past month. There's another meeting coming up. Ms. Jamerson and I both participated in the CSBA Delegate Assembly meeting that was the weekend before or after graduations. Yeah, it's May is a blur. May is a blur, but we were there. We were there for a couple of days. So with that, I will move on to our next and last item, consideration of future agenda items. Mr. Borchino.
2 weeks ago at our last meeting, I didn't probably appreciate as much as I needed to the fact that people were tired given the late hour. And given the benefit of the doubt that people may not have understood requests that I made. So given that it's not even 10 o'clock tonight, I'm going to try one more time. And certainly, you know, tonight we passed a resolution on Student Bill of Rights. And we know that there are multiple agreements on rights. What I had asked for 2 weeks ago, and I will make a motion again, given that there is differences of understanding with respect to parental rights, I request that the Board of Education have an agenda item in which it receives a report on existing ed code language with respect to parents' rights, and include within that report any pertinent court cases that affirm the education code statements. I don't see that particular request as threatening because it is.
Mr. Forcina?
Yeah.
Just one good, so I did get your follow-up email. And I am working on getting that information together, because you said the other way to do it was to present it to you in a board communication if we could get that information. So I am working through that process. So if you give me a little bit of time, work with Karen, see what it puts together, and then we can see if it's relatively easy to do or if it would be better as a board presentation. But I did I did follow up with what, and I forgot to mention that in our one-on-one yesterday.
Okay, I leave my request on the table because the intent of having a report at a board meeting is to give the public, both those who attend our meetings and who view our meetings, an opportunity to hear the what is. So I leave my request on the table.
So we're gonna, did you make
That
the
is
motion?
proposal. Yes, I am making a request that we agendize for discussion a report on existing ed code with respect to parental rights.
It's already been seconded. Mr. Bettis seconded it. So we have a motion and a second. Mr. Hoffman informed us that he is already working on this issue. So there is an option of receiving that information and then deciding at that point if we need to agendize, but we have a motion and a second. So I'm going to go through a, let me think about this roll call vote. Make sure if I can count. I'm sorry, if I take questions, that constitutes discussion.
No, I'm not, I'm moving to a different, one discussion proposal.
Yeah, that's a discussion as well. That's what's so hard about.
Not about this one. Are we done with this?
No.
Okay.
That's what we vote.
All right. We'll vote. Right.
That's what I'm doing, sir. Just trying to figure out if we're doing roll call or acclamation. I think I'm gonna do roll call. It's gonna make it a little bit easier in this point, so I'll go down the line. Mr. Yang?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, Miss Albiani,
No.
Ms. Jamerson,
Yes.
Mr. Track,
Yes.
Mr. Fortuna is an aye.
Yes.
Mr. Vargas,
No.
and Mr. Bettis, I
Yeah,
will assume you're an aye.
Hold on, I didn't say yes.
You seconded it, so I think it's fine.
I got a vote with Christie, yes.
Okay, are
But
you?
I like to have discussion.
No, that would be
No.
a violation of the Brown Act, sir. So aye or nay?
Yes.
Okay, glad we spent the extra time on that. I am, I think I'm gonna go no on this one.
Passes.
Yeah, but it passes 5-3 according to my vote. So we've got that. Mr. Yang said he had something else.
How do we go about visiting the financial committee situation as as discussed it last time was that our direction was
Hold on 1 second, folks. I need one conversation at a time. Go ahead.
to sunset it and then we will bring it as new basis. So can we have more discussion about it in terms of what are the requirements as far as those needs are? So that folks who are interested in that kind of role that provide transparency to the community, because we're all about transparency. And I think,
Mr. Yang, I need to stop you because that doesn't sound necessarily like a future agenda item. It doesn't sound like what you're proposing. It sounds like you're asking, what is the next step? What is the follow-up?
right,
We will need to make some changes to our bylaws because of the change of this. I don't believe we've had time to set a date for that, but we will provide that update to the board.
okay.
So with that, folks, I'm going to call this meeting to adjournment at 9:59 PM. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.